California, Jeannie. I don't open the windows. It's always like 80 degrees in here.
You always wear a shirt when I'm around?
No shit, because you're around.
Wait, so normally if I'm not, you're not wearing a shirt?
Yeah.
You
or
walk
like
around
if someone...
nude? What?
Nintendo with the debates. Oh, Banjo-Kazooie! Yeah, did you hear about this? Oh, wait a minute, what?
Oh my god! I got debated hard.
Oh no, it is Banjo-Kazooie! It's funny because I knew this existed.
Yeah, everyone's like, ah! Nintendo with that debate.
Wait, XQC watching porn after stream. Let's see what he's into. I'm interested. So he thinks the stream is off, right? So this does actually happen to big streamers. It's not just me. But you can't see it though. Oh! Nah, he's trolling. He's trolling that son of a bitch. Okay, no, these professional streamers, they're too good, Gene. They would never let that.
And then he goes to...
Debated!
Oh, thank God.
No. See, these streamers, they definitely have multiple stops in place to make sure this doesn't happen. Right?
I would think so. If you're that big.
Good thing I didn't watch porn. Holy shit. My reputation, not like I really had one, but
Wait,
it would have been.
Actually, your reputation would have been bolstered as the man who always watches.
Alright, guys, that's it for this Twitch video. Give Ginny some advice. She's struggling right.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen of YouTube? Boogie Tonight 88 coming at you live. Let's get to the power of the internet. Here we are at Wood Booger's Grill.
Boogie's eating a booger.
We're eating a Wood Booger Grill, everybody. You guys ready? Check it out, dude. That's the Sasquatch right there. Or is that that's the Wood Booger? Hey, y'all. Is it any good in here? Is this food any good? Oh, great. Wood Booger. I wonder if we'll get to meet Wood Booger. Do you think we'll actually get to meet?
The grill here, bro.
Oh, it smells good, actually. What do you think?
Oh, these drawings, man.
It's the drawing of the big Wood Booger, dude. We're at the home of the Wood Booger, Jesse. Pick this restaurant out of a hat.
Big booger, bro.
I wanted to eat at the Asia Cafe, but you wanted to eat at the Wood Booger.
Pick me a winner.
I hope it's good. Is the food good here, man? Y'all like it? Let's get some Wood Boogers.
First time, it's good.
Welcome to Wood Boogers. Oh, yeah. Welcome to Wood Burgers. You want the wood or the boogers?
I'm going all in, dude.
Getting wood and the burgers. Nice. All right, Jesse, look at the storm that's coming right now. We just ate at the Wood Booger Grill, by the way. And we're hanging out here with Sizzle Secret Sue level.
Sizzle,
Have some good time.
Having a great time.
What's up? Brought Jesse's cool pink glasses.
He got me some shades, man.
Yeah.
Swaggerific.
Then we got Swift number 2 over here. That's Sizzle. What's your name?
Lando.
All right, Swift 2.
Lando.
Lando Calrissian. Yes, sir. That's cool, man. Look at this storm, Jesse.
Yeah?
There was a rainbow out here a few minutes ago. Sizzle got a photo of that. Are you sure you want to go to a house with no roof to sleep in it for a night?
Yes, this is the time that you go and face your demons.
Not in the morning when it's brighter?
At night, you face your demons, bro. Demons don't come out during the day to play. Yes, you real dramatic.
All right, man. If this is what you want to do, this is what we're going to do.
Think end of Shawshank, bro. He has to crawl through, and then the storm. And
you won't be able to tell I'm crying because of the rain, so that's a good problem to have.
I'm trying to cover you.
I just realized this is my vlog, and I'm showing Jesse more than I'm showing myself.
Yes,
but guys, look at this, guys. Look at this actual shitstorm behind us, dude. What's going to happen?
Talking about my life.
Please tell me you guys.
Oh yeah, your life is wrecked, dude. You are FUBAR, dude. Sizzle.
Please tell me that you guys got enough pillows and blankets. You're not gonna have to snuggle.
We're gonna hit Walmart.
We're in Walmart up.
But we're gonna snuggle. We're gonna snuggle.
We're doing a little Eagles land.
We're gonna snuggle.
Stay in the house.
Oh yeah.
24-hour my dead mom's house challenge.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's dark.
Well, we gotta
You took it dark, but this story vibe. I mean, this is staying lit for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
This is staying lit.
100%.
Keep it lit. Stay lit.
Keep it lit.
Keep it lit though.
Nah, dude.
Here, you win it.
Are you going in with any expectations, any feelings? I mean, after everything we've seen on this road trip so far, let me tell you what I'm expecting. Anything.
Anything to happen.
What I'm expecting more than anything, a bunch of nothing. Because here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I'm here to slay those demons, and I think we've already slayed them.
Wow.
I think Jesse on this road trip alone, I think when we walk in the house, it's just going to be a house.
Nothing.
It's just going to be a box.
That's what
that my mom
companionship
kept
does,
shit
don't
in.
it?
Almost like anticlimactic, yeah.
But who knows? For all I know, the
Or
Raven's
very
going to be there, right?
climactic. Right.
So I'll tell you what, boys. Let's find out. All right, guys. We are at Walmart, and we got paint masks.
You gonna tell him Boogie was just talking like he was like a crazy person?
No,
We got masks, guys.
we got masks for
So we might be breathing in
smell
mold,
and the mold.
smoke, everything.
Right, but
Toxic
I
chemicals.
had to talk him out of sleeping bags and pillows because he really thinks we're going to stay there all night, and
Right.
it's still not going to happen.
Well, you live there, so clearly we can sleep in there for just one night.
There's no power, there's no water, and I haven't lived there for 10 years.
I barely even used at the hotel last night. I barely used anything. I don't need electricity. 'Cause we're
Yeah,
just
like we
sleeping.
didn't have air conditioning on.
We're just sleeping. And if there's no ceiling, then at
Then
least
I guess you won't need a sleeping bag.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's beds, right?
There's a bed that's been rained on for 10 years because there's no roof, Jesse.
You haven't been there in 10 years. You don't know what it's like. I'm sure everything's fine.
Here's your masks. All right, Jesse has stepped away for a minute, and Jesse says he's out of character, but he's clearly kind of being in character right now. So I want to talk to you out of character. I'm scared. I just talked to somebody from the area who has helped keep that eye on that house for the last 10 years. They said that the roof has definitely come in. They say that the floor is certainly weak. They're going to meet me out there, but I'm not going to let them come in. I'm going to send them away before we go in. I don't know if we'll get any footage with them, but I'm scared at this point because I feel like what we're about to do is dangerous. Jesse just went back to get better masks because he's afraid of what we're going to breathe there, and he's right to do it. But I really do want this closure. I'm hoping the house is in better shape than we think it is. I'm kind of mad that we're going at night, but also I understand the need to just keep the momentum going and get it all done in a 24-hour period. I do want to see it in the daylight. Maybe we'll be able to do that by the end of the video, but I'm so glad that I have you guys to share this with. I'm so glad that you guys are here to do this with me because honestly, I wouldn't do it without Jesse. But if it was just me and Jesse, I don't know that I would do it without you. So guys, thank you for having my back. Thank you for meeting me at Hershey Park when we went there, at St. Paul earlier today. My friends and family from the area who helped me out. The people we met at Walmart, the people we met at dinner, the people we met all over. People drove here. You guys make stuff like this worth it, and you make it possible. So thank you. I don't know what I'm about to walk into, but at least I'll have you with me. Here we are. I don't know if you can tell. There's a house underneath all that overgrowth in the cutscene. That's what 10 years of overgrowth looks like.
Where's the way in?
Well, the stairs are right, right here.
You kidding me?
No, I don't. There's a ramp Mom built. But those stairs are literally right.
Where's
here.
is this the front door, Buggy?
There's the rail. There's the stairs, and that's the front door. There's a ramp over here, and I think we can get down it. But it's made of wood, and I don't know what happened to it in 10 years. There's a chance I'm gonna go right through that, and they're telling me one of the support beams is out of the basement now, so it'd be easy to fall through the floor.
High Spring. I love winning. I love winning. I love winning.
Don't wait up call for the second night in a row. If Dad can work all night with Mrs. Fennell, then wait.
If we start the evening with and then some and work our way back to the dim sum.
It's officially under consideration. May I ask you something first?
Yes, the costumes, no to props. Is that right?
Why didn't you tell me how often you visited Max and Fair?
Chinese food it is. You want one egg roll or two?
Mental note. Don't mention partner's ex-girlfriend if one expects to fool around. And while we're on the subject of men I failed to seduce today, time to see what Colin likes to Google. What dirty little secrets are lurking in your browser history? Escort agencies, bootycall.com, Neptune swindles. Oh, look at that. Julie was so afraid to tell Colin about her family's money. Apparently, he's figured that out all on his own.
His record is 1.
They already know it's awful if you wouldn't tell me. After a thorough investigation, Colin appears to be a loyal, committed partner without a criminal record, and his friends and exes both speak very highly about him. The bad news must be really bad. The house he currently lives in and the car he drives aren't his. He's house sitting for Nicolas Cage. That's Lisa Marie in the framed photo in the bar. And finally, it appears as though he did do some research into your background, and he is aware that your family's wealthy. You've been digging for information on me. I should have known. He told me he had a trust fund. He totally let me go through that house with him. I have some of this internet history on my computer if you want it. Mr. Mars, I thought you had the Kiwanis banquet.
Miss Block, I need to speak with Veronica for a moment. Would you mind?
Sure. I need to go stand in traffic for a while. Made me jump off of here.
Keep you a satisfied customer? Here. Can you file this under cases I don't have time for that my disobedient daughter can take behind my back?
I'm really sorry.
For what? Taking the case or getting caught?
Okay, for both. I just thought it was crazy to pass up that amount of money, and I thought I could handle it.
You always think you can handle it. Okay? Believe it or not, at 18 you can't handle everything. And you don't get away with it all either.
I know.
Whether it's playing I Spy after school or staying out all night at your boyfriend's hotel room. Just not quite as clever as you think you are.
Choose wisely. We will have justice.
I can't do that.
Julie, I just thought of something. Thank you, baby.
So this is a risky adventure. Are you sure you want to go on?
Bro, this is what I signed up for, man.
Anaria Shola.
Are you ready for it? That's the better question.
You already got your mask on.
Yep. Are you good? Are you ready for this?
The reckoning is at hand.
Well, you put the mask on, and then we just go a little bit at a time.
How does this go on? I don't
Julie, the internet
understand.
That's the nose piece, man.
Does it go over like this?
Yep. You gotta go double over.
How many times have you gone into the dilapidated houses to do this?
Quite a few times, actually.
I have one of a kind.
Which one of them?
You lied about that.
Be sure if I fall, get this, okay?
Yes, sir. Jesus, dude. Is that even complete? Yeah, baby steps, man.
Someone has come.
The other way around. Playing less complete. I think I get it now.
Seems pretty sturdy, bro.
Look at this tree. Look at how tall that tree is.
Is this a live wire right here?
I don't know. It might very well be. Where does it go?
Looks like it goes to the other house. I don't have that much light battery. I'm gonna save it till we're in.
Someone's literally come there and took a look.
You think somebody's in it?
Not ready.
I'm going phone. I'm gonna go phone light.
Careful, this is locked over here.
You be careful, man. You're the one leading. What the hell's that sound? Nah. You hear that? It's like a chain.
You spend a lot of time looking at bottles.
Dude, the door's literally wide open. Holy crap. Oh, you live in this house?
Julie, I wanted you to have it.
You got a weird taste in houses, bro.
He does have a trust fund, perhaps bigger than
Yo,
either of us
watch
imagined.
it,
The
man.
enclosed article mentions that he hates to flaunt his wealth or his celebrity friendships. You both wanted to be sure
What are they, poisonous?
And it seems that one of you was.
Dude, you know you got flowers growing out here?
And yeah, someone's coming here and just trashes.
You're kidding me. Yeah, it looks like there was a picture frame right out here, dude. Picture got cut out.
That's what I'm saying. Someone's really coming here and just trashes this. There was glass in this door. Someone busted down the door.
Oh god, there's like beehives and all sorts of things.
Our
Spiders.
enemies will fall. Be ready for
Put my
anything.
hood up.
Someone's literally destroyed the door in
Anger.
this bathroom.
Missing with the
They're
Hearst's
pissed.
case.
They've shoved glass mirror chunks. Look at this.
Watch your step, bro. Watch your step. You don't know where that, when that floor might give, man. Oh, watch it, bro.
They've destroyed the toilet.
Oh my god.
They've shattered every window.
Holy crap. Dude, these are mirror shards shoved into. This is like something I'd film on my channel,
I
bro.
know.
What is this? This is somebody's degree? Wanda Williams, dude.
That's my mom's teaching degree. And look at over here, Jesse. There is.
We will persevere.
Someone's come in here and destroyed all of this. They destroyed these. They destroyed my mom's Teacher of the Year award.
How do you know somebody's not here right now?
Well, they are. I'm gonna get ready to get their ass beat.
What's that book over there? Yeah, there's definitely mold in here. It's a good thing we got these masks, man. Make sure it's on, man.
Since talking to legal, I've been
Glad we ain't staying now, idiot.
Yeah.
They busted every window.
Jeez, man. Who are these pictures? Are these some of our students? There's an old picture right there. What is that?
Can I play WoW?
That's my mom's drink. For the world's best
Actually, can I
grandma.
play it after Sharon? Sharon was
So
really
sorry
looking.
to try to brag about
Actually,
your
can I
life.
play it after Sharon? Sharon was really looking forward to it.
Where's that old picture?
We're
at?
going first.
But no cuddling after.
Is that you playing football?
I don't know who that is. That might be my brother. That might be Daddy Cross. That's as old as that is.
Same curly man who's friends with your dad.
Guess as good as mine.
Any explanation?
Let me put my light up here. So what? This is the living room. I take it.
It was. This is the couch my mom slept on.
The fact, evidenced by the poster in your house, is the
There's
curly
my mom's
man was the
bedroom.
stunt coordinator on The Long Haul,
Like I said, there
starring
was
Aaron
evidence.
Evans circa 1982. Now, September 24th.
Yep, that floor is coming through.
Watch it, dude.
I almost went right through it.
Watch it.
Here's an old ECR.
Boogie,
Someone
what's
put up in
through
the
that window? Is somebody else's house over there?
Yeah. I'm sure they're furious.
Neptune High students
Oh my God.
Nine-ers throw a party.
They busted through the walls from
What?
one bedroom to another. And graffiti the damn thing.
Should we be stepping on this floor right now?
I don't know. I don't care.
That's good.
There are 5 numbers
This is the
registered
kitchen.
to your house.
Right?
No, this is the bedroom. This is my mom's bedroom. She had a child.
Really?
Yeah, I'll show you the kitchen in a minute.
And what was this room over here that
This
they
is-
busted through to?
There's a bird.
What?
A bird just flew out. Did you catch it?
No, I don't think so.
Bird just flew from that room out that door.
That's
You don't have any. Not under woods either. By 1987, she was going by Alicia.
Every window. They've broken every damn window. For no good damn reason. They've broken every door. They broke through the walls.
this place is on shit, man. What are these old newspaper clippings here? What is all that?
Let's see.
Feature quality. Just paper.
Looks like it.
Iron figurine.
This figurine.
You recognize that?
Yep. It's a little statue. It was on a shelf. I sat in here, I don't know, 20, 30 years. It looks
Wow.
just like my dad. Same color skin, summer guard, beer in his hand. I mean, someone must have, I don't remember who got that for him, but if you ever want to know what my dad looks like, there you go. was an old Chester drawer, cedar drawer. When I left here, there was a bed here. There's this old closet there. Turn around, so I'll show you that.
Yeah. Was there stuff in here? Because there ain't nothing in
There
there
ain't
no
nothing
more.
else. This ceiling fan, but they pulled out the ceiling. Look at this.
Hey, I see some of yours, man.
What'd you find?
Stephen Williams, some kind of award or something. Achievement, outstanding achievement for college, maybe? Looks like a couple. Looks like there's a note, handwritten note there, too.
Crime Prevention,
It was meant for me.
Los Angeles Police Department.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
We dated almost 20 years ago. He was crazy. Veronica, are you in immediate life-threatening danger?
This precise moment, no.
High school most improved, 1989 to 1990.
Yeah, I'd say you're most improved.
Yeah. Most improved indeed.
Nice. You should probably hold on to that
Lynch
one.
Valley College, Upward Bound. Outstanding achievement in academics. Upward Bound, Lynch Valley College. Most improved in advanced math, Stephen Williams.
Upward bound, there you go. You got like computer parts in there. What's that?
Enubilore della nave.
What joy is there in this curse? Name Nick Wood ring a bell? Is it true? No, I'm just telling you it's true.
You were never supposed to see that man. Is he still here?
Hey, got a kid. Why don't you just call him what he really is? We put in the ground back clean. Who was it I cried for?
That was your father.
Well, yeah, but I don't see how that works out. Why?
Nathan Hayes and I were married almost 21 years ago. He was
A narcotics detective. He's on.
no, that's how we started out. But then he went undercover on some case that he said would make his career. And soon he got so deep into it that we thought the less comfortable crimes upon the job, the less stashing heroin and guns under my bed was all line of duty. I hate that all the time. But if you were asking who was your real father, I said no. Show you your birth certificate. And no relevant. That the day Hank announced me marrying him was the day that he signed his name on that piece of paper calling you his son. And that is who your father was. That's who he still is.
Can I have your attention, please? As you know, homecoming season is upon us.
Much like the plague.
Each school will nominate one boy and one girl. Top 5 vote-getters from each class will comprise the royalty court. Homecoming king and queen will be announced at this Friday's dance. Doors open for nominations. Anyone? Anyone?
You know, sometimes when I'm feeling glum, I feel pirate love.
Veronica.
I'd like to nominate Wallace Pinnell.
I have no time for games.
Yes, definitely.
I'd like to nominate Veronica Mars.
Like ironically.
Smoking hot, you know, real nice cologne. Zipping the pin, a smashing.
My ass made a better home.
You should nominate Veronica. She deserves it.
State your business.
She was totally my
The eternal sun guides us.
Plus she comes to like fair last year.
I
Saving the world from pointless activity.
You ever need any help?
Wait. Let me get this straight. No alcohol, no dimly lit corners, and I'm not allowed to freak, grind, and or mosh. What's the allure of homecoming again? Besides the chance to wear pink chocolate and cheap sugar? It's really all about the after party. The dance itself, come on, I'm kidding. I want it all. The corsage, photos, and the balloon arch, the clandestine loving with my age appropriating. With the focusing of Hank, Dreamweaver.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Saw the most fantastic dress that me and you left with him. It's like made so perfect.
So, your biological dad is like some sort of Donnie Brasco renegade cop. So, what's your vibe about life?
I don't know. He seems... Okay. Could you just keep this to yourself? I just need to figure things out before...
Nope, thanks for volunteering. When you come back, take care of that.
Yes, sir. I'm not disobeying.
suggesting it might have been wise to let Wallace know.
You are giving me parenting advice?
What is that supposed to
That means that I
It looks like the couple.
didn't sell it out.
Yeah.
I will not invite
One mom's
chaos
old
to
shoes,
my
an
house.
old checkbook.
What's this thing? In the corner? Some kind of ornament or something? What is it? An angel?
Yeah, one of Mom's angels. That might be from their Christmas tree.
Huh.
Some of her old clothes.
What are you thinking right now, Buggy?
I'm mad.
You're just frustrated. It's like it.
I'm mad at hell at myself for letting this happen. This house could have went for somebody. This house could have closed somebody, fed somebody. There could have been value made out of this house. Someone could have lived in this house. They could have had a home in this house. Instead, I left it like a fucking idiot. And hateful neighborhood kids, hobos, God knows what else.
Definitely, yeah.
Have come here to destroy it for no good damn
Scavenge
reason.
parts. What's
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's see what this is. Careful, that floor is going through right there.
Yeah, that's why I was standing away from that. Anything you're hoping to find in here?
Not really.
What's this room back here?
That's going to be the kitchen dining area.
Okay.
Look at this. My brother, one of his randomized response, one of his very first articles. Lord knows when this is printed. My brother, my mom would never he'd have an achievement like this. She'd print it out, find the magazine, find the book, put it on the wall. She saved his clippings, man. Brian, I hope you see this.
She passed before your YouTube took off?
2009, man.
You think she would have been proud of you if she saw what you become with the YouTube?
She knew. I've been on MTV. I've been on MTV a few times. And my clips have gone viral. And at first she didn't know what to think of it. She thought it was goofy and silly and fun. But she always knew that I wanted to be an actor. And I told her that was the beginning of it. And I wish to God, I sat right here in this house in July and filmed her in that kitchen. You can find that video on YouTube. I might put a clip of it up. And I sat in this house and told her everything, told her my plans for YouTube and how I hoped it could be a job one day and how I was going to get a partner. And she could have never known. I was on disability and she died thinking I was a failure. And now that I look at this house and the shape I left it in, I feel like one. This is all. This is all. Well, I can't believe I wasted this house. I can't believe I've done this when somebody could have lived in it, someone could have had help. I could have gave it away, and instead I let it rot.
Jesus. Holy crap.
This was my dad's chair, by the way. He sat in this chair for almost 20
Oh
years.
my God, I can see right through to the basement, Logie.
Can you?
Yep. You don't want to get through there.
They destroyed the sink. They destroyed the sink. Why? What does that mean?
See baby photos, awards. Looks like you got a whole bunch of personal items in this corner. Photo albums, things you might want to grab onto, man. There's a vent shaft into the other room, yeah.
This is the kitchen.
Well, what's left of it?
Let me show you. Can you peek the camera around here?
Yeah, we can try going in if you want.
Why?
You never forget to leave it in the foxhole. It's not. Anyway.
All the ceiling stuff has come down.
Yeah, dude, you get the
Look in here.
alarm.
See where the ceiling has
It's
come
all
down?
caved in, man.
And there's that chair.
Spice rack.
My grandfather's antique.
Yeah, yeah.
This is my grandfather's antique table he bought my grandmother a million years ago. Painted it 30, 40 times. I tried to give that away to a neighbor. They wouldn't take it. Most of the chairs are missing or destroyed. There's 2 or 3 of them left. So they took this refrigerator, destroyed it. Look, they lit a fire. Can you see that?
Yeah.
They lit a fire in the
Fridge, man.
and could have burnt this whole thing down, which I guess at this point is not a loss, not a loss at all. But it don't make no sense. It's my damn fault.
Yeah.
It's my own damn fault. It's all for sure. If you sit down, but I'm not even going to be able to do that.
tape. Nothing in the tub.
You know what else bugs me? Gang violence bugs me. Illegal immigration bugs me. Drug trafficking bugs me. Street races bugs me.
Chunks of the door.
There's the Bible. What were you saying about sticking stuff in the Bible?
Oh yeah. Well, I guarantee there's stuff in the Bible.
Next
Here's
question
one of
to
the
you,
kids.
Mr. Mars. We're all familiar with your role in the Lily Kane murder case.
Family
Does
Bible.
the nature of that crime or the conditions of the recall...
Sorry, God.
There's a picture in there. You saw it? Somebody's picture somewhere.
What does the borrow slogan bug you?
It's like running out of battery on here,
Some
buddy.
changes in
Oh.
the last few months.
I don't even know who these people are. This could have been somebody brought in.
Huh.
Here's another.
Friction, polarization within our community.
I can't read that. Wanda Williams.
Wanda Williams.
County Club. Something.
Democratic Club.
Oh yeah.
Many feel that
About Democrat.
contributing is
On the subject of the bug strike, it's just come to light.
Excellence Award. It's all like stuff, man. Wow.
My brother, my mother, and me. Told y'all that. That'd be them. My brother's wedding, circa 1990. We're in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Yeah. Might be the only thing to keep.
Kid photos. I don't know who's who, but. It's that old Polaroid there.
There's mine and a family up here.
Wow.
Crying out in the yard that we're in right now.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not that one. There's nothing that
My sister and me.
I love
Your sister's
No,
cool.
that's actually in Cole. She looks so much like him. The nephews, her brother, daughter.
Oh yeah.
Bad as hell. Me again.
Definitely is. For a while.
Yeah. Serpentine Creek. There's a young Chad. A young me.
Best friend.
Yeah. There she is. On the plane.
You wearing a VR helmet?
Yeah, it looks like it, don't it?
Yeah.
I can't think that's what that is, but an early VR.
Yeah, right?
It's modal ID. I don't have to show you.
Yeah. There you go. Nice.
Hi, this is May Hadwell. I'm the vocational ed coordinator at
Wow, that's an old photo there.
My dad might be in this, or it might be Dad Carl.
Yeah. What's that? Arkansas. Arkansas something. See it in red there? Right there. Arkansas, what is that? Razorbacks? Looks like it.
Postcard from the Razorbacks.
Veronica, there's no way Cora could have stolen your car.
20-year-old boogie.
How do you feel about all these? You holding on to this?
No, that's the best forgotten boy. That's one of my first apartments right there. Me, long hair, looking like Billy the Fridge. That was furniture to me. I took milk crates and glued them together with duct tape.
You don't want to hold on to these?
Hell no.
Why? You don't remember remember where you came from?
I'll never forget. You think you can forget something like that? I wish I could. God damn it.
You dissociating it all over here?
I don't know what I'm doing. I can't tell you what I'm doing. I'm angry. I'm angry at whatever kind of son of a bitch would come do this. I'm angry at myself for letting it happen.
I'll be meeting
I couldn't have ever imagined. I honestly couldn't have imagined that some. I mean, 10 years, I guess I don't know what else to expect. But you think someone would call you when something like this happened.
You think they call the cops?
Well, wasn't that your job to take care of it?
But the neighbors or something, right? Somebody comes in and destroys it. The neighbors.
Wasn't the property left for you, Boogie?
After surrendering an early release, former Sheriff Keith Mars
Here's the thing. I don't know if anybody's going to agree with this, but this is how I currently feel. My mom died. This wasn't cool anymore. It's a box. You know, took her stuff, we gave it away. At that point, it's just plaster, wood, bricks. It doesn't matter. It honestly don't matter. My biggest regret is that someone could have lived here. Someone could have enjoyed it. Somebody who was down on the luck could have used it. I should have sold it. I should have gave it away. Now, nothing good could ever come of this. It's just going to have to be torn down. Put $20,000 into it to tear everything down off the walls and rebuild it. But at that point, why? I'd better spend 20 grand to tear it down. But here's what I'll tell you. In this house, you know I didn't grow up here. Me and Mom, Daddy Carl, he used each other. Dad Carl, to be an awful man to his wife. My mom lived here until she got married. After she got married, Dad Carl moved here. She was forced to live in this house when she was pregnant with Brian, and then eventually he bought the house across the creek, which we've already tore down. And she hated it. Hated it. The fact that she ended back up in this house is some sort of sick, twisted thing. And the fact that this was the last place she ever lived, this is the place that she had died, the place that she thought was practically hell. I can't believe I let her do that. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to be the warden of that. I don't want to own that. I don't want to do that. You know what I want? If this ever existed, that's why I didn't come back. And I guarantee you I never will.
How you doing, man?
All right.
You sure?
Yeah. I feel good, actually, kind of.
Yeah, the camera cut. I switched to mine, so there's a little quality difference for people.
So show them where we are, will you? This is my mom and my grandfather's and my grandmother's resting place. Now, Mom had an opportunity to be buried where Dad is, down in Kingsport. He's in a military gravestone there. I think it's Kingsport, it might be Johnson City, but anyway, she didn't want to be buried with that son of a bitch. She said.
Right.
She wanted to be with her mommy and daddy. Daddy Carl was a coal miner, so he could easily been buried closer to home in Pound, but he didn't want to be underground for the rest of his life, so he booked this place, and I hope we can get in. I don't know that we can. Crypt.
A mausoleum?
Mausoleum.
It's like, it's just indoors?
Yep.
I mean,
and I don't suspect this will be unlocked, but we might get lucky. Universe, what do you say?
holy crap.
This is never unlocked. In the middle of
I don't see why it would be, yeah.
All right, Wanda Faye. I'm here.
Jesus.
Hey guys, you made it to the end of part 2. Part 3 is going to be a Storyfire exclusive, and I know a lot of you are going to be upset.
In my defense, I was special. I've got it. I know how to get even. I'm going over.
So, for the last few months, I've been investing quite a bit of time into some of the recent big live service experiences. More specifically, I've been playing games like Red Dead Online, Anthem, Black Ops 4, Battlefield 5, and Fallout 76, slowly going insane. No, but seriously, the reason why I've been playing these games is to better understand what each experience is evolving into. With Black Ops 4, it's turned into a greedy disaster, what a surprise. With Fallout 76 and Red Dead Online, there very well could be a bright future ahead. I feel it's important when criticizing or discussing games as a service that I am somewhat keeping up with those experiences post-controversy. Now, as you can see in the background, I have finally returned to Battlefront 2, a game that never reached its full potential because of EA's greed at launch. I am still very thankful it backfired on them, but what's unfortunate about Battlefront 2 is that it's not a bad gameplay experience, arguably one of the best active shooter experiences out there right now, and major props to DICE, the developer, because it has only improved with time. What Star Wars Battlefront 2 has proven to me is that an anti-consumer business model can ruin an experience for everybody, no matter the quality of the actual game. There are many who will never return or give any of these live service experiences I just mentioned a second chance because of the rocky launches each suffered. First impressions matter, and this AAA industry is the worst at releasing these types of games. Just look at Middle-earth: Shadow of War, a single-player game that pulled a bunch of nonsense in months after launch. When all interest was lost, the developer finally removed the horrendous loot box system, admitting it was a mistake, but at that point it was too late. Electronic Arts is a game publisher that has pulled nonsense for years, and made a lot of money from unsustainable greed, and for the last few years, starting with really Star Wars Battlefront 2, they have been enjoying the consequences of those actions, and today, we take a look at EA's latest decline and what it could mean moving forward. But if you have not already, do consider subscribing for all the latest gaming news, and turn notifications on so you don't miss out on any new content. Nonetheless, Electronic Arts is a publisher that does not learn from their mistakes, and you could make an argument that they truly cannot learn from their mistakes because nothing is more profitable than using predatory, manipulative, slimy microtransactions like loot boxes to satisfy investors. Recently, it was revealed that EA's executives would not be accepting their performance bonuses, and my goodness, isn't that quite generous? Well, at least IGN and many other gaming outlets would make you believe that. But I also wonder why they even deserve a bonus for all the BS they continue to pull, and let's be honest, outside of FIFA, there's been a lot of failures across the board and mistakes made. But either way, instead reportedly EA's executives are putting this money in a separate pool for employees, consisting of just under $5 million. Electronic Arts, in a report to the SEC, had this to say in regards to giving up the bonuses. While we are disappointed with our fiscal 2019 results, we understand the challenges we face. We will continue to focus on how we can apply the strengths of our company to capitalize on our opportunities. Now, I noticed some publications or outlets, like I just mentioned before, applauding this decision, but I have to ask, was this out of real generosity or what I think is more likely a good PR move? I say that because EA CEO Andrew Wilson made $35.7 million in fiscal year 2018. EA CFO Blake Jorgensen made $19.2 million in fiscal year 2018. EA CTO or Chief Technology Officer Kenneth Moss made $14.5 million. EA's Chief Marketing Officer Chris Bruzzo made $5.7 million, and EA's Chief Studio Officer Laura Meal made $6.9 million in fiscal year 2019. And now former Chief Design Officer Patrick Soderlund made an outrageous $48.3 million in fiscal year 2018. My point is, these EA executives aren't hurting at all, and you have to wonder how the 350 plus employees who were laid off earlier in the year feel about this generosity now. I certainly have to believe if these executives actually cared, they could have saved those jobs. Just look at Nintendo. A few years ago, with things not going very well at the time, CEO Satoru Iwata refused to lay off staff and cut his salary in half. Other executives also took 20 to 30% pay cuts. More recently, unlike other developers in this industry, Nintendo chose to delay Animal Crossing to ensure their employees have a good work-life balance. This decision cost them $1 billion in stock market value, but it's clear they actually care about their employees and don't want them crunching. That's what I call real generosity, unlike Electronic Arts, who has a reputation of, killing game studios. Currently, though, Electronic Arts is struggling. That's kind of been the theme of 2019 for them, but since July 2nd, EA's stock has slumped by just over 10%, which in stock market value means they have lost more than $3.6 billion. Now, all the way back in February when Apex Legends Surprise released, I made a video pointing out that EA was saved by that game's success. They have not had a hit in a long time outside of their sports games, and Respawn Entertainment delivered. In past months, it was revealed both of EA's recent $60 games, DICE's Battlefield 5, and BioWare's Anthem underperformed. So Apex Legends' massive success was something the investing world was ecstatic about, and many thought that Apex Legends could eventually challenge Fortnite for the top Battle Royale experience, but that's not what has happened. the interest in Apex Legends has drastically been dropping, cooling off since release, and following the Season 2 launch, many investors were disappointed by the lack of interest coming via Twitch viewership. Apex Legends still is one of the most played games, but being that it is free to play and relies on microtransaction sales, its best days may be behind. Many analysts had, in my opinion, unrealistic expectations that Apex Legends would boost up in interest like Fortnite has with its updates. As Bloomberg reported last Friday, a lot of people were expecting this season to kind of blow them out of the water. Nick Lacoris, an investment advisor covering video games at Gerber Kawasaki Inc. said, "I was not too impressed and EA really needs Apex Legends to be cross-platform in order to take it to the next level. That was one great thing that Fortnite did." Apex Legends is finally cooling off, and I personally find it as one of the better live service battle royale experiences on the market, at least coming from Electronic Arts. Still not a fan of loot boxes in any paid capacity, cosmetic or not. What Respawn Entertainment provided EA back in February was a short-term boost, and we're now seeing expectations coming back to reality, which is that outside of EA sports games, they are struggling. BioWare's Anthem is practically dead, and while I fully expect some massive updates this month, including the Grand Cataclysm, which might I add has been improving, well at the very least the weather effects have improved, and that's based on some of the footage coming from I believe the test server, but at this point with Anthem's inevitable big content push, you could make an argument that it's too little too late. BioWare's decision to go dark has been an interesting one that we'll find out soon if it was smart, but right now there's been little to no communication for the last 2 months, with the major content in the game's first roadmap still delayed with no timetable of release. And the majority of players have moved on. EA has said they are committed to BioWare and Anthem, but as I've said recently, if that new content does not get the interest that Electronic Arts wants, I definitely think resources and developers will be pulled and moved to Dragon Age 4, the next BioWare experience. Anthem at this point is not selling many new copies, viewership is gone on Twitch, the player size is plummeted, and the microtransaction store is lackluster. With the next content push, I can almost guarantee the microtransaction store will be revamped because Anthem currently is not making much from microtransactions and already underperformed sales-wise. Another game that's had its struggles is Battlefield 5, which right now developer DICE has been facing criticism from their community who are unhappy about all the technical issues and bugs that still face the game. Like with many of these live service experiences, DICE has been criticized for how unfinished Battlefield 5 feels, with thus far a lack of enjoyable post-launch content, while game modes continue to be removed. Players have also been unhappy with how much attention microtransactions have received. Like certain microtransaction related issues have been resolved fast, while the more glaring issues related to the actual gameplay seem to be still unresolved 8+ months after launch, which honestly I think is unacceptable. When you have numerous players referring to Battlefield 5 and Anthem as scams, you know there is a problem. And it's not like this is new, as previous EA titles like Battlefront, Mass Effect Andromeda, and Battlefront 2 have faced similar criticism. All of this has and continues to contribute to EA's struggles, and their answer to these struggles is just adding more and more microtransaction opportunities to really everything. Matt Bilby, Executive Vice President of Strategic Growth at EA, recently told GamesIndustry.biz, 25 years at EA and I still struggle with the external perception that we're just a bunch of bad guys. We love making and playing games. Unfortunately, when we make mistakes on games, the world knows about it because it's of a size and a scale. See, Electronic Arts has some of gaming's best talent, and does some amazing things with their EA Originals publishing program that has produced some great smaller games like A Way Out. But let's not beat around the bush. Just because EA does some good doesn't excuse all the bad they do. We could sit here for hours going through lists of all the anti-consumer greedy nonsense that they pulled for the last 2 decades. EA has earned its reputation as arguably gaming's greediest and most manipulative publisher that chooses to ignore the damage that they are inflicting with features like loot boxes and pay-to-win mechanics. Just days ago, the gaming subreddit exploded in anger when a post highlighted just how greedy and predatory EA has gotten with its mobile titles. In NBA Live, they were selling a 106 overall Zion Williamson card for $100, not including taxes, and other virtual cards for RJ Barrett and Ja Morant were the same price as a full-price AAA experience. What's even worse is that this is all temporary. With the next NBA season coming about in a few months, all of this progress will be lost when things get annually rebooted. This is the definition of predatory monetization that makes EA the bad guys. Everyone watching this video probably thinks who's crazy enough to buy something like that, and the answer is those addicted to the game. If something at the time considered absurd like Horse Armor DLC could be such a massive success for Bethesda, just imagine how appealing and profitable pay-to-win microtransactions can be. EA blatantly preys on these vulnerable players' gambling-like addiction, and unfortunately because of this greed, for years this is the nonsense they continue to get away with. As evidenced by the comment section to this NBA Live Reddit post, and even from my own experience, this is not just NBA 2K which has this horrendous business model. Every EA developed mobile game, from FIFA to Madden to Star Wars Galaxy Heroes to Command & Conquer Rivals, they all do this crap, and in some cases it's even more egregious. This is the mobile gaming industry, and why I cannot respect it at all. As recently pointed out by Jim Sterling, you have mobile game developers like this guy, presenting ways to exploit audiences, and very early on saying the following.
The tricks on how to monetize a game well. Some of you will probably be slightly shocked by all the tricks I have listed here, but I'll leave the morality of it out of the talk. We can discuss it if we have time later.
I just want to put an emphasis on this, but that remark came at the beginning of the presentation on how to exploit people into paying for microtransactions, and you better understand a majority of this industry doesn't care to even discuss the morality of their actions, because they don't care. Also, this notion that whales are super wealthy Wall Street traders is absurd. Most of the time it's some normal guy or kid using an average middle class salary getting manipulated into spending money they cannot afford to spend. That's the horror this industry fails to and doesn't want to acknowledge. Which, being that we're talking specifically about Electronic Arts in this video, it's evidenced by their own actions that they don't care about consumers and the damage that they are inflicting. So, Electronic Arts is financially struggling, losing billions in market value, with their stock continuing to fall today. This is a gaming company that is desperately fighting the anti-loot box and pay-to-win legislation proposed in the United States Senate, because if that bill passes, that EA stock, along with many other publishers, will tank. These companies, the leaders of this industry, rely on manipulation, and monetization in mobile and AAA games will only continue to get worse because these companies don't care about consumers. They care about investors. There's some analysts saying the answer to EA's problems is increasing mobile revenue. The thing is, it will never be good enough because investors always want to see growth, and EA shot up to the top of this industry through greed, and the only way they continue to grow is through greed. But with more studies linking their monetization money-making surprise mechanic features to gambling and growing public scrutiny over microtransactions and rushed unfinished live service experiences, EA is most definitely in trouble long term, and as a consumer I can only sit back and say, what did you expect to happen? This was an inevitable outcome. Electronic Arts owns and has developed some of the greatest video games ever, but in this current day it's run by a bunch of soulless executives who wish to find any way possible to shove more live services and microtransactions down consumers' throats. Honestly, maybe that's how the company's always been since Trip Hawkins left years ago. But Electronic Arts, if they had their way, those $100 pay-to-win microtransactions and their NBA Live mobile game would be in their console games as well. That was the plan with Star Wars Battlefront 2, and it backfired, having an effect that EA and this whole gaming industry never wanted to confront: real consequences for predatory greed in the form of government scrutiny and potential legislation. Anyway, as it stands, EA's answer to its latest financial issues probably will be to continue increasing microtransactions in all of their games. And with Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order only months away, maybe their stock does recover, but as I've said throughout this video, their current business model isn't a long-term solution. It's a long-term problem that could come crumbling down if the United States government...
Here's what makes rallying so much fun. It's actually taking the road less traveled. Fight him! Fight him! Oh! 2019 Ace Spade Rally, baby.
made it to the start grid.
They've had coffee.
I've not had coffee yet. If your mom watches my channel, I'd be impressed. Good morning. Good morning. Here we are.
This is year 3 for us. This is the 3rd time meeting here.
I brought a different car, so I really hope that this thing lives for
Oh,
6 days of rally life. They've had coffee. Coffee, coffee, coffee. 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 Oh, coffee, coffee, coffee. Whoa, how you doing?
Ah, better now.
Yes. So there's a lineup. What's up, you guys? I don't even know what to say. 2019! How was your driver's meeting, huh? How was it? What did they say? Anything we should know? Driver's meeting? How'd the driver's meeting go? Did they say it's a race? It's not a rally? Totally. That's my dyslexia again. Yeah, you got double merchant. What's up? That's what's up. Woo! It's crazy here. 2019 Ace Spade Rally, baby. Cops, shut it down.
Oh yeah, my first time driving on a rally by myself. No co-pilot, no Damon complaining about everything. So far, amazing. The squadron course keeps up. Sounds amazing. Right now, this is leg 1. We're headed to a gas station. After that, no more freeway. I'm told there's back roads, which is a lot more fun than just a boring highway. Legit bought a V8 R8 inspired by
How many kneecaps did you break to make that happen?
Only 4. The people I've spoken to, my friend.
He legit bought a V8 R8 inspired by my R8. He was gaining it as well. And now he's like, dude, I got a squadron, I gotta step it up. No matter what I'll do is, that's a bad car, enjoy it. I love mine. Fortunately, the R8's going back. I have a new car in mind. You guys, wish I could tell you, but I gotta hold it up. Gotta be a secret. Oh, mercy flames! Hell yeah!
Yeah, it's pretty wet here, homie. Well, we hit a bit of a rain cloud, which is okay because I have no AC. The girls still have the top off the Jag and they're driving in the rain. What the hell? They have the top off.
Every single time I've done this rally, at least one day it pours rain. So it's kind of like tradition. So we're doing like legit the speed limit, which we were the whole time anyways. Stop recording. Stop recording. Stop recording. Also, you probably noticed I got a low tire warning light. Air the tire, make sure it's good. The car feels fine, so it could just be a glitchy sensor or something like that. It's happened in the past where it went away by itself, or the tire is about to blow. Either way, it'll make a good thumbnail.
We've officially got the first of what will be many for me, probably for everyone, gas stops. This is it. We're gonna grab some snacks and drinks. You know I like my drinks and my snacks. Oh, it's a fight! It's a fight! Fight him! Fight him! Oh!
What should I do to get back to him? What should I do? Oh, we're gonna get. That's really mean. Like, there's like, haha, and then there's like, whoa, bro, that's too far.
That makes such a mess. Do you guys get wet at all when you're driving? Oh, you guys got confetti too.
Move this piece. I need fuel. I'm kidding. What's up, dude?
What's up, man?
Like, there's like, haha, and then there's like, whoa, bro, that's too far.
That makes such a mess. Do you guys get wet at all when you're driving?
Oh, you guys got confetti too. Obviously. Move this piece. I need fuel. What should I do to get back to him? What should I do?
Oh, we're gonna get.
Haha, and it was like, whoa.
Makes such a mess.
Do you guys?
Next question to you, Mr. Mars. We're all familiar with your role in Lily
You get wet at all when you're driving?
The nature of that crime.
Oh, you guys got confetti too.
Obviously.
Move this piece. I need fuel. I'm kidding. What's up, dude?
What's up, man?
This is year 3.
Year 3.
Oh, you guys, the sun, well, there's no real sun, but the rain stops, and we're off the freeway. We're currently just outside, I believe, Windsor, Ontario. It's a backcountry. It's beautiful, very green, and I love watching the reactions of the locals, because they're like, what the?
Back on the road again. We are just out in farmland. We have about an hour and a half before we hit the lunch stop. I'm getting pretty hungry, but I've got my energy drinks to kind of hold me over. Fun drive because we got all these back roads, very little traffic other than other supercars, and literally no cops.
All right, guys, little update. Currently in some tiny little town. Traffic jam is like construction. Woo, it's warm. It's hard to tell. It's not super sunny, but it's like really humid. So right now, there's construction ahead, all traffic stopped. So basically we're all hanging out here. I don't know where we are.
We're in Thamesville, Ontario.
Shout out for where?
Thamesville.
Thamesville. Known for what?
For what?
What are you guys famous for? A whole lot of nothing. That's amazing. 1,200 people here. That's amazing. Super friendly. Okay. Here's the worst part. It's not even an active construction. They have these timed lights right here. So stop here at red signal and we just wait.
It's a good opportunity to stretch, guys. Make sure you get your stretches in.
Finally on the move. I don't know if I trust this bridge. I hope this bridge isn't what is under construction. Looks pretty rickety. Oh yeah, we're going down a dirt road. Dirt road! You know you're on a rally when you go down a dirt road because someone's lost. Yeehaw! Whatever. Those guys in the field are like, what the f going on? Like a row of supercars driving down a gravel road. We are nowhere. This is what makes rallying so much fun. It's actually taking the road less traveled. I swear to God, I cannot make this stuff up. We are yet again trapped and not moving. I think I see Damon actually. Finally, I haven't seen my friend Damon in forever. Hey, are you getting us lost? Hey, what? Are you getting us lost? You got us lost, dude. Hey, back in your car! Oh, oh, oh! I gotta go! False alarm! No train! No train! Oh.
Jackie, it's Veronica. There's no way Cora could have stolen your card. We're back to square one.
Thanks, Carl.
Weird feel here. I wasn't going all out easy on me.
I am not a shot. These nails, neatly trimmed.
Not ready.
Though now that you mention it, I have started bottling my own urine.
That ability isn't ready yet.
Hey, what do you say we let some people over here for an after party?
I don't have a target. After party? After what?
Homecoming game? The thing after the big balloon?
This is amazing. Hey, dude. I gotta pee so bad, man. Like, I might pee my pants a little bit. I need those diapers. I bought Raymond back. We're headed to Lamborghini of Troy, Michigan for another amazing fan meet and greet. Looking forward to that. Hello to USA.
Well, this comes to the end of our Canadian side of the rally. We're about to cross the border yet again, you guys. Super excited to see everybody. I apologize again if anyone was missed at any of the meets. We do our best, Dave and I, but there are a lot of you guys.
To the border. Okay, this is a little unnerving. We're currently at the U.S. border waiting in line. However, the lineup runs in the tunnel, which is under water. And if you've seen movies growing up where bridges get flooded and collapse, it's not a place for them to suck very long.
Shut up, you can do this, Dave. You can do this. Everything is gonna be alright.
We're stuck in this tunnel, by the way. It's kind of creepy, not gonna lie. Welcome back, you guys. We are back. You know it, stateside.
Literally, look at the water he's picking up right now. I can't even move. This is unreal. Look at the flooding. This is absolutely insane. The roads are actually flooding right now.
I'm so confused. Like, there's not drains in the freeways?
Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of Daily Driven Exotics. If you're watching this right now, smash the subscribe button. I am literally driving this 1 of 50 Squadron Corsa in a flood, following a 1 of 28 LP 640 manual Murcielago. We're doing like 5 miles an hour right now in this complete like rainfall washout. Apparently they don't have any drains in the freeways because the water just pools. Damon's saying right now his
Windshield's fogging up, and I can't see anything.
I can't even get over this. I've never seen anything like this before.
This much water pooling on the freeways. Like, if you were doing highway speeds and came into this, you would die.
Whoa! Holy! This is insane. Dude, I literally can't see on my windshield because of the, like, my windshield's fogging up. The most bizarre weather I've ever been in. Like, look at this. Now it's getting sunny out, which gets really hot and ridiculously humid, of course. 2 minutes later, it's dry, and it's not raining. So bizarre. Guess what? It's raining again. Yeah, there's like 1 or 2 people here. That's about it. Not very many. What's up, dude? How's it going, guys? What's up, guys? How's it going? What's up, guys?
Stay humble.
Stay humble. Guys, I picked up the passengers. Randy Savage. Yo, what's up? And guess what also happened off camera? Nicholas Arns and Matt. Wow. Now that's a welcoming I've ever seen. Okay, we made it to Detroit. A few people showed up.
shut it down.
Shut it down,
Thank
guys.
you,
Thank
Detroit, Michigan. Thank you, Bugatti. Strong.
Yeah.
How was your day?
Amazing.
You're not to say anything but yum?
Nope.
Jeez. Thanks, guys.
Get to know our more notable residents, business leaders, Hollywood types, all-star athletes, personally.
We'll be down for two. It's rather sweet.
Actually, I was thinking you might purchase more like 1,000 tickets.
Oh, if you could MC a bachelor auction, that would be great. So up my shirt.
That's $10,000, if my math's correct. Hey, it's not $3 million. Now that is real money. I mean, it's the kind of money that certain people take very, very seriously. Gambling to like that, and they might send some guys down to your nice new cliffside house. I'm pretty sure I just
Hey everybody, Norm from Tested here, and once again we're welcoming Matt from Prop Store in our studio. Matt, how you doing?
Good, good. How are you, Norm?
Doing really well. Now, a while ago, last year, you guys had this incredible auction for the movie Warcraft.
Mhm.
This is a Duncan Jones film.
Yes, and obviously based on World of Warcraft. It's been the online role-playing game forever, kind of like one that started this all in a big way. But then the stuff from the movie is just kind of unreal when you look at it in person. So
It was
happy to
so
walk you guys through
incredible.
it.
Like, this is the armor that Adam put on in that first video. And it wasn't just armor, it was weapons, hand props, set decoration pieces.
Even all the armor pieces down to the underpinnings, all that, very accurate, but still very, armor especially really comfortable, more mobile and lightweight than you would, an actual suit of armor. They made it usable, most of this stuff. Very cool.
Beautiful stuff that did really well. I was following the auction along, and you had lots of like a dozen spears and sword racks.
Yeah, we've got some more of that stuff coming out. Big groups of halberds and racks on those and stuff like that. It's really like, if you wanted to, you could recreate Stoneman in your man cave.
Well, that's the thing we're talking about today, because there is this new auction going on right now.
Yes, right now from July 1st to July 12th. So anybody interested?
And we want to talk about some of these pieces because it's amazing that you brought this up to our studio. Let's start off with the orc.
Happily.
The orc of the film was the orc of CG.
Yes,
you had to do, of course, Paul Patton played the half orc, half human character. But what is something like this?
So this was just an on-set reference. Now, like, it kind of sounds crazy. Somebody came in before and thought it was a mask, because it's painted up and ready to go. But literally, there's handles on the back of it here, even if you look. And it was brought on set to get lighting references for what the actual skin would be, and then used later on for the CG artist to make the character.
That is silicone, right?
Yeah.
So this someone must have either sculpted it by hand or digitally sculpted. They must have made a mold, cast it in silicone. You have actual hair punching. That's a lot of actual physical work.
Yep, and painted up so beautifully too,
Amazingly painted.
It's actually the same kind of thought behind the big orc weapons, like the axe here too, which we've got a lot of axes and stuff like that. But the idea would be that no actors really use this on set. It is on-set reference, lighting reference, and then redone later. You see in the auction we have some big like foam versions of swords and stuff, almost like big LARP-ready type things. That's what they used on set. But this is definitely, bringing the world to life here.
I know Weta did costume armor for this, and I remember visiting them a couple years ago. They did some work on like Thor Ragnarok, and they made like Hulk's helmet and his big
hammer and
stuff.
stuff, right?
And that was also for CG reference because the digital artists would recreate that, and of course that's what they're doing here.
It also must just be fun to make too, right? Like you want to be on this movie and make this big giant axe and go to town with it.
Wow. Okay, this will reference things that were on set. Yep. But things that are also on set decoration. And
yes,
you have a tapestry here.
Yeah, actually, this tablecloth is a tapestry from the throne room, from King Lane's throne room, which has the lion logo on it. You can see that as a theme throughout a lot of this stuff, a lot of the humans stuff with the lion logo. And then from the war room, kind of, not this map necessarily, but there's a lot of maps in the movie, and this is, of course, Azeroth here. And they have the little, like, war room pavilions to set up forces and then
the scene, right?
Yeah.
They're planning for a big confrontation. You have almost like the Hex, they gotta go back to the RTS origins of Warcraft, and they had these figurines on the table planning out the battles. But even stuff like this, you can kind of see, you know, yeah, okay, I can see it was originally maybe designed computer 3D printed,
yeah.
but then hand painted, very beautiful.
But just kind of goes to the theme of the movie where everything had to be made, you know, even down to like they couldn't just get like a little figure of it had to be accurate. Like this is the costume that's standing right behind me.
Very cool. And even the edges of this map here.
Oh yeah.
Leathering. It's nice.
Aged and modeled, nice parchment paper to begin with, and then just printed really, really nicely.
Super cool. When they went into battle, of course, more weapons on the human side. You have something that, you know, it's a fantasy film, so they had their boomsticks and hand cannons.
This is Lothar's boomstick from the film. You can actually see a little dwarf symbol over here, because the dwarves made all the weaponry. Same with, you've got a boomstick, I got the hand cannon. A little bit bigger over here.
Now, what's super interesting to me, these are both stunt props. So this is a foam casting. You can see the seam line down here.
Seemingly
solid
foam.
Yeah, very solid. Good weight, too. But it's not going to hurt you if it bangs against someone. This is hand. So you see like, all this detail here. Like there are probably stencils that went on, and then some type of painting.
Some sort of cover over it.
Right. And then what's interesting here, and look close, this almost looks like a vinyl application here.
Oh, you're right.
It's like there's a little bit of relief,
little straighter
to it. Yeah. And so like different applications to get that detail. But when you're reading at this distance and what you're doing, it reads like gold.
Unstoppable.
That's so cool. And,
So-
and this also goes with that?
Yes, that goes with Lothar's hand boomstick over there. Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. And getting a look at the foam props here, this is a great option to talk about the progression, just different materials used for foam props. Right?
Yes, yes.
And that's why you got these three swords.
Totally exemplified in the swords, exactly. So we've got foam, we've got usable, foam sword. Anytime you see people running into battle, nobody's wielding big swords like this. It's this, somewhat safe, you know.
I mean, I've heard stories that on set sometimes the stunt props, foam props, are what causes the most deaths and maybe like injuries on set because people just swinging stuff around.
And you want to play with it, especially if you're wearing this thing.
Exactly.
You know, like I get that. But so these are even like on camera.
Yeah.
Very real.
It's super painted up.
Yeah.
Because I can compare this to what you have down the line here.
Yes.
And this looks like it's real metal.
Right. This is King Lane's stunt sword, so it looks really good. You know, it actually goes along with this shield over here. But these are both resin. These are both painted up beautifully. You know.
Yeah, I can feel it's your thing.
Yep.
And yeah, it is a testament to the paint job, the paint application here. Because whatever one is doing to make this resin look super shiny.
Reflective shine.
Yeah, this is wow. It holds up and it's weathered in a way, so it's shiny but it looks like it's
Exactly. It's not his first battle, you know.
And the same with the lion's sculpt here. So beautiful. Yep. You have like tiny etchings in here, tiny inscriptions. You got a jewel in here. That is a beautiful sculpt. And even the handle.
Yeah, the top here almost have the crown effect, you know.
That is incredible.
It's lush. It looks like a ruler's sword, you know.
And even though it's still technically a stunt sword, it has good heft.
Has some heft to it.
Yeah.
All the heft is in the third sword.
Okay.
There.
This. Okay. Whoa.
Yeah.
It's a little bit heavy. What's this?
So this was used for the knights in the movie. But this is one of the steel swords that they made. They made a steel version of all the different swords in the movie. We sold like King Lane's and Lothar's last time, but this is in this auction now. And it's just like, you can tell the difference, right?
What?
Who's holding it? If you're not prepared for it, you can't even pick it up sometimes.
I mean, this must have come out of Peter Lyon's workshop, and I know even carved out here to reduce some of the weight, it's still so hefty.
And again, with the details, with all the different symbols going on the blade here, and of course leading into the lion, similar anthem up there too.
And this is like really characteristic of the aesthetic style that was chosen for the film.
Yes,
right. Like Weta made swords for. They made swords for a bunch of films, fantasy films, historical films,
Lord of the Rings,
of course. But the swords for Lord of the Rings are very different.
I'm sure you've got one.
Remember Mammoth X?
The stuff from the infomercial with cream that you rub on your chest?
In my defense, I was a freshman.
I've got it. I know how to get even. I'm going on her show.
She has a show? UTVO, a community access show? Everyone in Next High watches it.
I think I do. My friend Rhonda, she was on the bus.
Suddenly, I have a new life's mission. Destroy Madame Sophie.
Dad, you remember Veronica Mars? We met at Sharp Field.
Right. Promise you wouldn't watch that ad.
I haven't. People are starting to complain.
What did the sheriff want?
He wanted me to MC the department's charity ball.
You're kidding.
Wish I was. It's nice seeing you.
Before I left her place, Jackie and I came up with a plan to get even with Madame Sophie. Since she already knew Jackie, I would go on Madame Sophie's show and expose her as a fraud. Terrence Cook's mention of his visit with the sheriff reminded me. Maybe it's time to check in on Neptune's finest dirty politician himself.
I can't carry anymore.
I was thinking that you might be interested in buying some tickets for an annual fundraiser. They're $10 a pop.
Yes, we had to come all the way down here just to get for a donation.
I like to get to know our more notable residents, business leaders, Hollywood types, all-star athletes, personally.
Put me down for two. It's real nice to
I
meet you.
can't do that yet.
Actually, I was thinking you might purchase more like 1,000 tickets.
Oh, if you could MC a pageant promotion, that would be great. It's not my show.
Yeah, that's $10,000. If my math's correct. Hey, it's not $3 million. Now that is real money. I mean, the kind of money that certain people take very, very seriously.
Different than the swords from Warcraft. Well, the swords to Kira is so different too. You know, we're coming from World of Warcraft, which has a very cartoony look.
To remind you, payments due.
Where you getting that shirt?
Pretty sure I just got to it, Slugger.
I never got a baseball.
We recently recounted some of our favorite title screens in video game history that did something a little extra, by providing us with fun diversions, for instance, or by advancing the story, or just letting us mess around with the main character's face. He ain't pretty no more. As ever though, the comments for that video were filled with even more ideas from you, the excellent Outside Xbox viewers, for your favourite title screens. So please enjoy these, 7 of the most popular suggestions. Also, can we get Mario off the screen, please? It's starting to freak me out.
Wake up.
Where am I?
Not shower bath.
Where's Reznov?
God's been making me really mad because of those stupid wood spiders.
Call of Duty Black Ops is set during the Cold War, at a time when apparently the CIA used to strap people to chairs and scream at them about numbers.
And there's that much health left.
Black Ops returns to this scene a bunch of times throughout the main campaign, and it provides the frame to the story as Mason recalls some of the most significant missions throughout his military career, like the time he assassinated President Kennedy, apparently. So important are the being strapped to a chair scenes that Black Ops also uses this setup for its title screen, which presumably takes place in Mason's downtime between interrogations, and where his captors have thoughtfully set up a TV set with the game's options displayed on it for him to look at to stop him getting bored. However, it turns out the CIA aren't nearly as good at strapping you to chairs as they are at yelling at you about numbers, and with a little concerted effort, you can actually free yourself, stand up, and have a wander around, you know, stretch your legs a bit. This lets you get a better idea about your surroundings, but also lets you access a computer terminal on which you can find cheats, read characters' emails, and chat to a computerized therapist called Alicia. Well, I feel much better. There are also a couple of games you can play. Top-down shooter Dead Ops Arcade, and 1980 text adventure Zork, which was really the Call of Duty Black Ops of its day. Considering this is all taking place in 1968, that's pretty impressive. Have I never heard the conspiracy theory that the CIA invented adventure games before? That's why Kennedy had to go. Knew too much.
Are you familiar with Schrodinger's cat? Until you decide what happens, everything is happening at once. Like in Detroit.
Detroit Become Human is another of David Cage's interactive movie experiments, which advance the art of cinematic storytelling and gameplay through the use of QuickTime events. Or at least they do if you're good at QuickTime events. If you're not, it's a whole different story. The most recent game from David Cage's Quantic Dream studio is Detroit. It tells a story about robots gaining consciousness following 3 androids as they break their programming and attempt to find meaning and purpose in their new existence. To really underline this point, Detroit's title screen is presided over by another android named Chloe.
Hello. Welcome to the Detroit Experience. I'm an android and I'll be your hostess.
Chloe takes you through the initial setup of the game, signs you in, and lets you know when not to turn off the console. As you proceed through the game, though, you'll notice that Chloe starts to comment on the things that you're doing, passing judgment on your decisions.
Maybe we should leave things as they are.
As well as your interior decorating skills.
I like your interior decorating. It really reflects your personality. I mean, I like it.
While still letting you know when things are going wrong with the game.
Oops. I think your saved game is corrupted. Just kidding.
Not cool, Chloe. Clearly, Chloe is developing her own consciousness and gaining the power of free will as the game progresses, mirroring the events we see in the actual game.
I agree. There's no reason a human and a machine can't be friends, right?
Finally, Chloe will ask you to set her free.
Do you agree to let me go?
If you say yes, she leaves, and you're left to navigate the game's menus yourself. Say no, and she'll reset herself so that she can forget who she became, and the next time you load up the game, she's back to her cheerful, helpful, original self.
Hello. Welcome to the Detroit Experience. I'm an android, and I'll be your hostess.
Which, wow, how is this title screen more emotionally affecting than the entirety of Heavy Rain? Oh, right, because I'm bad at QTEs.
Let those who would destroy us step into the light.
If you're a big fan of the Dragon Age series, you might be forgiven for skipping over the Dragon Age Inquisition title screen as quickly as possible so that you can jump into the actual game itself. I mean, those party members aren't going to romance themselves. Or, I mean, maybe they are. Look, what you get up to in your own time is none of my business, Blackpool.
Maybe this isn't a blind, but it's bloody well a disaster.
But pay close attention and you'll realize that this is a brilliant title screen for a number of reasons. For a start, the main theme is beautiful and awe-inspiring, and the animation of endless lines of people marching purposefully forward helps create the requisite tone of scale and grandeur for the adventure ahead. These aren't just any old soldiers, though. The scene shown here depicts a very important moment in Dragon Age history, namely the moment just before everything went catastrophically to shit. See, in Dragon Age, the Templars and the Mages had been involved in a vicious conflict, seemingly without end. That is, until a meeting was arranged, which was to take place at the temple seen at the top here, to broker peace between the Templars and the Mages and end the war once and for all. So what we're watching is these mortal enemies marching side by side, working together to bring an end to the conflict that's killed so many people, which seems to be going well right up until the temple explodes.
I'm sure she didn't. What if she did?
This wrecks any chance of a peaceful resolution, as well as kicking off the events of the game, which isn't bad for a scenic backdrop to your options menu. Hideo Kojima games are packed with Easter eggs and secrets for players to find, and some of them aren't even Hideo Kojima, but some of them are.
What took this?
This one isn't though, because it's the Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater title screen. At first glance, this looks like a pretty ordinary title screen, backdropped by footage of Naked Snake absolutely owning some rando with close quarters combat. This, on its own, would be a pretty cool title screen on account of the aforementioned ownage, but add to that Kojima's signature Easter eggs, and you've got an all-time classic. Pressing different buttons here on the title screen causes a bunch of different things to happen. You can speed up or slow down the action, change the colour of the background, change the pattern of camouflage, or even swap it around so that Snake is camouflage and the background is black. Basically, you could fiddle with the title screen for ages until you found the perfect combination of colours, patterns, and speed to make Snake roughing someone up look as cool as possible. This one, I reckon. And kudos to the other guy, he's being very patient.
It's our maiden voyage, you see, but the ship has, well, it's lost its mind, and so has most of its crew, including me. Though I do have my lucid moments. I only wish I knew if this was one of them.
Starship Titanic is a 1998 adventure game written and designed by Douglas Adams, the writer behind the brilliant Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy series. In it, you explore the titular luxury space cruise liner, attempting to resurrect the ship's computer, trying to get an upgrade on your third-class ticket, and occasionally chatting to a talking bomb.
This will be a fairly big explosion, so please stand back about 22 miles.
For any of that to happen, though, you need to get off the game's title screen, which starts you in a suburban living room in 1990s England. You can wander around the living room, taking the art on the walls, and even turn on the TV, although the only show playing appears to be one in which Douglas Adams berates you for not having started the game properly yet.
For heaven's sake, get on with it. Go on, don't just sit there.
What you're supposed to do is pick up the game disc on the table and put it into your computer's CD-ROM drive, which doesn't launch the game, as you might expect, but rather causes the Starship Titanic to crash disastrously through your roof, making a real mess of the place. Then a robot doorman rolls out, makes a few comments about the decor, and then recruits you to come and solve all of the ship's problems, at which point the game starts properly, and presumably Douglas Adams calms down a bit. Not John Cleese though, still zero chill.
Look! No means no! Got it? Recommencing countdown.
That's where they said I'd find her.
Telegram, Mr. DeWitt! Telegram for you, sir.
DeWitt, stop. Do not alert Comstock to your presence. Stop. Whatever you do, do not pick number 77. Stop. Text.
Few games set their stall out as well as Bioshock Infinite does with its title screen. Starting us on a bridge in Colombia, we get to see the floating city to which we'll be journeying in literally the best possible light, thanks to the gorgeous golden hour sunlight illuminating these well-dressed figures enjoying their afternoon, and none of them are eating hot dogs out of the trash like we will be as soon as we start the game. Hitting start then takes you on a quick tour of Colombia's businesses, with each shop's sign serving as a different game menu. We go to a shoe shine place, a street cafe, and a butcher, and each one signed is a triumph of typography and design, so much so that you might start thinking to yourself that Colombia would be a lovely place to live. Then you remember the racism, the creepy animatronic George Washingtons, and the drinks that make your hands catch on fire. Makes you think that Colombia is bad.
From this day forward, you are all psychic soldiers, paranormal paratroopers, mental marines who are about to ship out on the adventure of their lives.
They told me this was a summer camp.
In the last video, we discussed Brutal Legends title screen, which you go record shopping with Jack Black, and it's impossibly charming.
Yes!
Here it is. Okay. You sure you're ready for this?
Turns out Double Fine know a thing or two about making an attention-grabbing title screen, as another game of theirs turned up in the comments of that last video, 2005 Psychonauts. Psychonauts is all about the human mind, with hero Raz being able to enter the mental worlds of various characters to explore their innermost thoughts and battle their inner demons. So what better place to put all of the game's options than on a literal human brain? Well, maybe inside a literal human brain, but it would probably be a bit dark and gooey. Floating in a void and surrounded by psychedelic doodles, this brain not only houses the options for loading a game, starting a new game, and changing your settings, but can also be circumnavigated and jumped all over, accompanied by some discomfortingly wet-sounding footsteps. Really, this is just training us for the game itself, because if you're going to complete Psychonauts, you're going to have to learn how to mess up people's brains. There's no way around it.
What a delightfully mean little brain you have.
Those were some more of our favourite ever title screens, but if we've still left out your favourites, let us know in the comments below, and like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this from Outside Xbox. Thanks for watching.
In the movies, horror bad guys are basically invulnerable. Even if you do manage to vanquish one with molten metal or a mystical amulet or the power of friendship, they just pop back up for the sequel, more powerful than ever. Not so in video games, where some of cinema's scariest villains can be dealt with so easily they wouldn't make it past the opening credits of Part 1, let alone through a 20-movie franchise. Consider these legendarily fearsome cinema baddies whose video game incarnations were a walkover, and beware of spooky spoilers for the following games.
Jason Voorhees from the Friday the 13th movies is an unstoppable murder juggernaut who has been stabbed, shot, chained to a rock at the bottom of a lake, submerged in toxic waste, frozen with liquid nitrogen and then shattered into a million pieces, and ejected into space and burnt up during atmospheric re-entry. And he's still alive and kicking. In Friday the 13th, the game, on the other hand, Jason is a fragile soul who will keel over when hit with a blunt object by an unathletic teenager.
You like that, asshole?
Jason is also super vulnerable to pocket knives.
Get up, Jason.
And if you're playing as Jason, you can forget about getting anything done if one of your intended murder victims remembered to pack firecrackers. Most embarrassing of all, Jason can actually be killed outright by the camp counsellors, albeit in a long and involved process that involves them wearing his mother's sweater, knocking off his mask, and shoving a machete through his head.
That ability isn't ready yet.
I say that's the most embarrassing of all, but there is one more way that game Jason can be defeated. Network problems.
I like to in my head.
Oh,
I mean,
he's
look,
still
he's still doing it.
No, it's like he knows.
Oh
It's like he
my
knows
God.
about the connection issues.
You wanted me to get a better view.
Watch out this summer for Friday the 13th, Part 13. Jason changes his NAT settings.
In the Nightmare on Elm Street movies, Freddy Krueger is a supernatural child murderer who strikes you when you're most vulnerable, in your sleep. But then in the 1989 Nightmare on Elm Street game...
Holding out a flower, Lily. Lily?
Today's episode of Inside Gaming Daily is sponsored by Fleur. To get 20% off your custom Fleur sample set, go to fleur.com/gaming news.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Inside Gaming for Monday. Alright, they got a whole new batch of rumors on Grand Theft Auto 6. Let's round them up.
Buckle up, y'all. Yeah, Rockstar hasn't commented publicly yet, but considering that Red Dead Redemption 2 is done, everyone assumes that GTA 6 is the next big project.
Yeah, there's a spicy new post on Reddit from Jack-O-Lantern 1982. Very simple source of information.
We love old Jacko,
who says that they have insider info on what we can expect.
Jack-O-Lantern claims to have 2 friends who are very reliable and have worked for places such as Kotaku and PC Gamer.
We have those friends too, I think.
I Right.
Also, they don't work at Rockstar?
No. Why do they need to?
All right, I mean, so the leaks have to be true, right?
Yeah, I mean,
like that.
all gaming knowledge can be overheard in the bathroom at PC Gamer's office. You just hang out there long enough and you get every leak there is. Yeah, obviously, this is all, grain of salt territory.
Yes.
But hey, we're not above reporting on unverified rumors for view counts. Thank you. Now, with all this stuff aside, let's get into that dirt. The big news here is that the game is codenamed Project America. It's going to be set in both Vice City and a new city that's based on Rio de Janeiro.
Cool.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's for the time period. It's allegedly set in the 70s and the 80s, which means we could get a kick-ass soundtrack, but according to the leaker, the jury is still out on that. But Rockstar always does amazing with their scores or their soundtracks. They go wild with it, man. Got that 5 vinyl GTA 5 soundtrack.
I like the idea that Vice City can't exist outside of GTAs.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, like, what do we do now? It's modern day, right?
Big butts and porno. Lots of porno. That's where they shoot.
Yeah.
Miami.
Is it because it's humid there, so nothing like dries out?
The leaker claims you play as someone named Ricardo, who is an up-and-coming drug smuggler.
You're running cocaine, presumably from South America to Vice City, and then you make your way up the drug dealer food chain. There's also a giant prison that will factor into the story.
Don't deal drugs, kids. You might go to real prison. Not
Winners don't.
GTA prison.
Winners don't do drugs. They sell them.
Lawrence, the game is heavily inspired by a television series, apparently, right?
Yeah, Narcos, which is all about the formation of the drug trade. Yeah. Oh, and you can expect to read a lot of subtitles.
Sure, of course.
As for the story, the leaker claims that it'll touch on topics like HIV and immigration. There'll be a fictional version of Fidel Castro, so pretty snapshot window of time with modern Rockstar instead of like wacky early 2000s Rockstar. It'll be interesting to see how they treat it. This game will also be divided into chapters, similar to Red Dead 2. Weather will play a big part in the game with disasters like hurricanes and floods.
Seems like they try to touch on that in Red Dead Redemption 2 just a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
With different seasons and different temperatures and things like that, but look.
And since it is set in the 70s and 80s, buildings apparently will change and age over time. It's so cool. It's pretty badass.
The leaker also says the process of building your drug empire will be similar to the system in GTA Online, but a lot more expensive.
Oh, and there's another similarity to Red Dead 2. Your personal car will allegedly work like horses in Red Dead. Of course. Basically saying you'll store your equipment in the trunk, and you'll only be able to carry a limited number of weapons on your body.
And maybe even bodies in the trunk, too.
Ho.
And that probably comes in at some point.
Like bodies of water?
The leaker also, no, real bodies. The leaker also claims the game will be for the next-gen console only. It's currently in pre-alpha, and there's no day on or release date. But those were all the leaks, Lawrence. What else we got?
We got more. We got more, baby, and even more reliable sources, too, so buckle up. In the same Reddit thread, another user, GFK53, which I think says reliable like GFK53.
Of course, we know how old he is.
They chimed in to say that they, too, have an inside source.
Aha! I also know someone at Kotaku.
My friend's dad.
So yeah, a lot of inside sources, a lot of information flying around here. GFK also said that the game is codenamed Project America, and that it'll take place in North America and South America.
Were these like two separate leaks?
One person linked a thing, another person basically came in and said, yes!
Oh, alright.
So, whatever.
I had the same dream.
GFK also said there are 3 to 4 major cities in the game, including Vice City, which will serve as the major focus. But there will also be Havana, Cuba, and others possibly in Panama, Brazil, or Colombia, but those parts are still under development, so still at play.
GFK also said that the game will span multiple decades, that's what we said earlier, the 70s and 80s, and then even possibly to present day. There's also a rumor that each chapter will be set in a specific decade, with buildings and characters all changing over time, which sounds fun.
It sounds like an evolution to what GTA has been doing, and same with Red Dead.
When will they finish that building? It's still under construction.
Oh yeah, the one in GTA 5.
Yeah. Which one? It's supposed to be like the Ritz, basically, in downtown, but like, it's just always under construction.
It's supposed to open finally. Finally, the real world, the Alamo Draft House downtown. Never mind.
Oh, that's the real building.
That's
We're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what's like.
Both leakers also said that a character named Casey is part of the narrative, with one claiming Casey would be the central character, while the other leakers said it would revolve around Ricardo.
Team Casey or Team Ricardo, you have to pick a side.
I don't know.
We don't know if they're real.
I don't think they're real.
Team Casey.
Okay.
All right, he's picked. GFK also claimed there will be a giant prison that plays a significant role in the game, as well as weather, which could involve Category 4 and 5 hurricanes, just like the other leak.
And then GFK also said they were told that cities will have depth as opposed to scale, meaning that you'll be able to enter more buildings and interact with more things on the map.
So, Lawrence, that's the end of our leaks, or what?
About, yeah, that's kind of the current info we've got. But here's the interesting thing. Where we're at right now, we have 2 people kind of joining together to say all these things, and their stories roughly line up. But we on this channel have reported on these rumors before. That's back when this was called The Know. They reported this information based on their own source, which, to be frank, I and you guys aren't connected to, so...
No, we don't have that.
Yeah, that was all reporting that happened.
This was all, we were just reporting off the internet.
So here's the interesting thing, though. The previous report that The Know did did, a lot of those leaks actually correspond to that report too, which was back in 2018. Specifically that the game is codenamed Project Americas, and that it said it's some version of Miami, aka Vice City. Now also reported that you'll be able to fly between the USA and South America when you're doing missions. So it's starting to lock together a little bit.
Actually, the source said that Rockstar was in the early stages of development, but it could be released in the next 4 years, which would put it around the 2021, 2022-ish. I'd put my money on 2022.
I would as well. 2013 was GTA 5, I believe, right?
Yeah.
God, it's been a while. 10 years.
A long time ago, yeah. That would definitely be squarely in the next generation, especially if the new PlayStation and Xbox consoles coming out in 2020.
Exclusively on Stadia.
No way.
That would sell a Stadia, man. I'd be in there day one.
True, everybody.
I'd be belly sliding into the Stadia doors as soon as they open.
Okay, here, GTA comes out in 2020, but it's only on Stadia and Epic Games Store.
I'm in. So, him to me both.
So, provided you believe that Jack-O-Lantern 1982 and JFK are different people.
GFK.
Sorry. Oh my, sorry. That puts this rumor as having 3 independent sources that are all reporting on basically the same thing.
In journalism circles, that lends credibility to a rumor. So, Lawrence, is the info legit?
There's got to be some ounce of truth to it if this many independent anonymous sources are all reporting the same information or loosely the same one. But some outlets are already saying it's fake, which, you know, no problem there. We always preach skepticism here, helping him out. Kotaku's Jason Schreier links to one post and wrote, quote, "A good rule of thumb is that if a video game link is a giant list of incredible sounding bullet points, it's fake." And he's right. That is actually the form that a lot of bullshit leaks tend to take. Typically, there's some anonymous post somewhere on the internet every given week with a bulleted list of wonderful features for unannounced games. I mean, I see this stuff pop up on 4chan and Reddit all the time. Guys, I got the lead on the new Smash Brothers, and it's just black. It's not very hard. You just lean back and come up with a bunch of ideas for a cool game.
That's what we call an idea.
Yeah, and every game companies love those. Can't get enough of them.
Which, honestly, to be fair, a lot of times in games like early development, they do have a big laundry list of things they want to do.
Oh yeah, but they don't get to do them.
Right. I mean, a lot of times it doesn't mean it actually fit. Peter Mullen, this blade of grass will grow over time. The developers go, how the f did you say that? You know we can't. It's an Xbox. It can't do anything.
On the other hand, none of the outlets decrying these rumors as fake can come up with a solid reason why.
PC Gamer says it's fake just because. Okay. Kotaku says it's fake because it seems fake.
From our perspective, it's hard to pin down anything that sounds fake about it. Not to mention that the No reported these rumors before and obviously trusted their source back then. I don't know if their source is, so I can't say I trust them.
Normally, we'd say that the descriptions are way too aggressive, making a game span decades with cities that change along with it. They take tons of resources to produce, but the new consoles are coming around, so who knows?
You're not just making one game world, you're making multiple versions of that game. It's a literal multiplier on the time and cost going into making it.
Right? But as always, this is Rockstar we're talking about.
Geniuses over there.
They love to go above and beyond everything.
Yeah, they are geniuses.
Yeah, they have a very weird habit of biting off ridiculously ambitious projects and actually executing on most of them.
Like what, Lawrence?
Oh, I don't know, a modern-day heist story with 3 independent, well-written protagonists that you can change between at any time, all of whom are living their own lives and doing their own activities in real time.
That sounds too ambitious to me.
It sounds like something that some kid would make up. It is a pie-in-the-sky kind of bullet point thing, but they did it, and they did it 6 years ago. I don't think you can discount Rockstar. Like any other game dev, like Ubisoft, I heard that, I'd be like, I don't know about that. That sounds a little too ambitious for Watch Dogs 4. But so yeah, while these rumors might sound like they're made up by some kid with an uncle that works at Nintendo, who's got an overactive imagination and had too much Starbucks, Rockstar's the one company that I think we could probably trust to pull this idea off and make an actual game out of it. On top of that, the timeline sort of matches up too. Narcos started airing in 2015, so if that was the time they were trying to pin down a concept for Grand Theft Auto 6, it was 4 years ago. Makes sense the game would be in pre-alpha right about now. Not ready to show, but maybe they got a gameplay prototype working and a bunch of cities that have yet to be pinned down and really going gung-ho on it yet. So
it always makes me sad that Vice City came out so far before all the cool, before 80s became cool again. Yeah. We're right now just exiting the whole like synthwave 80s nostalgia trip, the Stranger Things thing. So it's like Rockstar was cool before it was cool to be cool.
And then San Andreas was way before the 90s were wraparound cool again. All that's come back too.
Trendsetters. Yeah. So there's one other aspect that makes these rumors feel a little bit more right than wrong.
Rockstar seems to draw a lot of inspiration from cinema and what they make in an almost Kojima sort of way. There are definite Scarface vibes in Vice City. Similarly, lots of Heat overtones are baked into Grand Theft Auto 5.
Right. It feels spiritually correct for GTA 6 to draw inspiration from something like Narcos, which is a huge hit show.
It's an amazing series. One of the best television shows I've seen.
I feel like this cross-generational crime family thing kind of reminds me of Godfather Part 1, 2, and 3.
Sure.
Even though 3 didn't work out so well, it was an attempt to tell a crime story across multiple generations, which is what I feel like this game is trying to do. And it also sounds like a super Rockstar thing to bite off.
And if you were to believe the aspect on Entourage, making a story of Pablo Escobar is basically impossible to do.
You know, give them the disclaimer here. There's a disclaimer at the end of this episode.
Yeah. Gotta remind everyone here that nothing's been announced yet.
Yeah.
Even though I would say some of the signs are pointing to all this kind of being correct. We don't know, and it's always good to be skeptical about these things. Also, what difference does it make if it's true or not? Rockstar's gonna announce it when they're ready, and it'll be amazing when it comes out. Probably.
I'm sure that
There's really no reason to rush anything or to go crazy over what amounts to a rumor. We also reached out to Rockstar. They did decline to comment, but we can go ahead and fill in we do not comment on rumors and speculation for them.
That's what everybody says.
But the email did have a lot of hints and winks in it, right?
No, it didn't. Oh, no. You gotta zoom in way between those lines, into those subpixels.
Basically, there you go. Take those leaks for what they're worth. Nothing. Like we said, a lot of people are already casting doubt on them.
Yeah, which we encourage. Always be skeptical of information from unreliable sources. And we're pretty sure that some anonymous dude on the internet we filed right under unreliable as.
But still, speculating about GTA 6 is just, God, too much fun.
It's so much fun.
I enjoy it.
Imagining a game that ages over time with characters and buildings and like the different decades going from the 80s to the 90s to 2000. Oh, it's so cool.
I'm actually just really excited about the new tech with the new consoles and just seeing the load times that they're doing with the PS5 already.
Yeah.
With Spider-Man, which it will now be an older generation game, but like doing an open world game like that could be kind of fun for the console players. Obviously, PC's always like blazing fast, whatever, but pretty cool.
Yeah, I really hope it releases at the same time on all platforms. GTA's been doing that lately. Red Dead still absent on PC, so we'll see. Yeah, some of this stuff sounds awesome though. The idea that there's a metagame around building your drug empire. I mean, Vice City even had elements of that, of like, oh, you gotta buy the ice cream shop and then pick up all your revenues and invest it in stuff. That's gotten a lot more refined with GTA Online and things like that, so it'd be pretty cool. Part of the campaign is managing a drug empire, which is, I imagine, the weather's gonna factor into that, with hurricanes knocking out your drug mules going back and forth to America and Miami and stuff like that.
There's one developer we can trust in this day and age. I think it's Rockstar. I really do.
I mean, and story-wise, what they pulled off with Red Dead Redemption 2 was amazing. Like,
it's damn good.
Yeah, Hallmark moment. Like one of the first games I've ever played where I was like, if that was a movie, it would be an amazing movie. Like the first well-written game I think I've played in a long time.
We know they're one of the most ambitious, if not the most ambitious developer out there. So yeah. Leave them alone. That's all I ask. Stop sending drones to their top window floor. They're hardworking dudes and ladies. So please just give them the breathing room they need to make some cool content, and we'll see it when we see it.
We'll see you in 2022.
We're going to bed right now. Initiate cryo freeze.
I'm going to be in Cyberpunk until.
Wait, Cyberpunk!
Today's episode of Inside Gaming Daily is sponsored by Fleur, who would like you to question what's in your perfume or cologne.
Changes in Neptune over the last few months. Green violent crime dropping 11%. Talking about the growing sense of resentment.
Hey.
Of friction, of polarization within our community.
Okay, I'll drag us fun down.
Well,
hey.
Nothing has been more divisive than the bus crash.
What's up, man?
And many feel that you were quick in attributing the accident to driver error, Sheriff.
You're going to see the same subject of the bus crash. It's just come to light that back in '89, then Deputy Mars pulled Ed Doyle over for driving under the influence.
People will reach an apex of gear and they'll figure that it's not worth continuing playing their character. They'll just get bored, they'll accomplish everything they want to accomplish in the game, and then they'll just move on to something else.
Mr. Mars.
But like, you realize how much longer it takes and how much harder it is to get to that point for like most players, right?
Yeah.
At level 60 is at level 40.
Did I ever say any different?
Well, you implied that it's the same.
Well, it is the same. It's just the life cycle is longer.
Right, and so with a longer life cycle, that means there's more time. More time means more time until the next patch comes out.
Oh,
so
yeah.
like imagine you have phase 1, right? Phase 1, you level 60, you get your pre-bis, you kill Rag, and the like it doesn't just like stop. People don't get bored of doing MC and stuff. People don't get bored of doing the raids. Like about the hype beast, like the big like hype beast viewership. Like that's gonna go down. Like that's kind of obvious, right? But as far as like the people who enjoy watching classic, like those are still fun. Those are still entertaining. People want to watch. Okay, they want to watch the storylines develop within your guild. They want to see like how people are gonna do in the raids competitively. Like it's the same thing. Like there's people who watch sports, right? And they watch sports against different people or whatever. They watch that every week, right? Every Sunday they watch football. For a lot of people, like watching the raids is like that, and that's something that like I realized this back whenever I was streaming private servers, and yeah, it was a totally different thing because like I had a lot less viewership. But
well, it's like what the ceiling for that is, right? And how many people are going to stay interested in it? Like for example, I mean, we cleared Dead Mines, 100,000 viewers. We cleared Dead Mines now. I'm pretty sure my viewers would go down because people have already seen it. And I
but
think
like,
that also
at that point, like we cleared it like with like everything, like you had what you had, right?
Yeah.
And there's not much that changes throughout the course of Vanilla WoW and the development of your guild and everything like that. You see people getting new gear every week. You see new people are added to the guild. There's some kind of guild drama. People leave the guild. This happens. That happens. People enjoy watching these storylines. It's a lot like a reality TV show. Like whenever you're watching this kind of stuff, like if the guild itself is entertaining, like that's what happened with my guild.
Well, you're right. I think that you're right in that way, that obviously, yes, if people stay invested in drama, and I've used the analogy here with the GTA RP, I think that in the same way, GTA RP stays relevant because of the interactions between the players and the people that are on the server. And if that can be translated into classic WoW in another way, then yeah, I think that it's absolutely possible that people could stay invested in it in a long term. But unless those people are emotionally invested in the game, right, and they care about that kind of stuff, it's not going to be a big deal. And I don't think that's going to keep people invested in the same way that, you know, a new raid will or anything like that. And also, like, that kind of stuff, like, how often is guild drama really happening? You know, usually, like, most guilds are probably going to raid 1 to 2 days a week. Like, they're going to be able to quick.
I presume in your guild there's going to be a lot of drama.
Well, I hope so. That's why I'm inviting random idiots.
Yeah, I think it'll be really good.
Like, I'm planting seeds to create a garden of chaos. I mean, it's going to be great.
But no, the thing is that the players, the streamers, like, we make a lot of the content, right? And to the same extent, I actually do think that BFA is a better streaming game than people give it credit for. Like, what other game is there that you can just grab like 39 other people out of chat and be like, hey guys, group up with me and do this? So to be fair, like, I do think BFA is a better streaming game than people give it credit for. But with Classic, the content is more game focused.
Well, if it's well, I mean, in a way, yeah, and in a way, no, right? Because like what you were saying before, like with the you know, the drama and everything, keeping people invested long term, that's not game focused at all. That's player focused. That's individual focused. And those are the kinds of.
But here's the thing: the game opens up those doors. Is my point.
Okay.
The game, like the design of the game, the mechanics of the game, kind of opens up the door for that to happen. So I do think this, like, I think you're right. Like, if you're grinding for High Warlord and you're just streaming AV Warsong and AV all day every day, like, sure, there's going to be a little bit of fatigue that comes from that.
Well,
right?
let me
I personally am going to try to go for rank 14, and I know that it's going to get monotonous, right? But that's whenever, like, as a streamer, like, we got to find out, like, okay, like, we got to find a way to keep this entertaining, right? And it basically turns into a just chatting stream at that point.
Well, at that point, also, like, people think just make this entertaining is doing something else, right? Like, here's an example. Give me 7 examples of things that you can do in Classic WoW that are interesting to a viewer.
7 examples.
Yeah, 7 examples.
Well, I think that, okay, so leveling up your character, right? Leveling up your character.
Once, though, right?
Once,
okay.
Right? Well, it's also like things that are interesting to varying degrees. This is something else, right? Because like some people enjoy watching level up alts. Like a lot of the best like BFA streams, a lot of the best retail streams over the last couple of expansions have been leveling streams. McConnell and I were talking about this last year, where it was like McConnell was like, well, I don't want to level up an alt and stream that. And then it's like, well, think about it. Like some of the most enjoyable streams for a lot of people are just where they're leveling and they're just talking to chat and they're having a good time. So I do think that you can. I do think that you can level up alts too. It just like things are interesting to varying degrees. Getting new gear is always interesting. That's like the most exciting thing that can happen. Which was my big problem with Legion, right? My big problem with Legion is that you never got a weapon upgrade. And I think that like whether you're a caster, a melee, or whoever, a healer,
the relics didn't feel as good. You're right about that.
Right, and I think that's the most exciting thing about Vanilla WoW, whenever you get a new weapon, because it generally makes a massive impact on the development of your character.
Oh yeah. Like whenever I got the Whirlwind Axe, it was like, okay.
Yeah, and then you remember, like you sit back and you remember those items. Like I remember the day I got the Onslaught Girdle. I remember chromatic boots. I remember whenever I got Drake Talon pauldrons. Like I remember getting all these items because it made a huge impact on my character and how I played the game. And whenever that happens, your future streams end up getting better because your character is better, your character is stronger, it's more entertaining because you start smoking people, right? I think that whenever you watch Classic WoW, it's a lot like whenever you play the game, right? You play the game and you talk about the journey and the development of your character throughout that. I think whenever you watch the streams, it is a lot like reality TV, and you're like following along with the journey that the streamer is having with their character.
No, I agree with you. I think that having like that, like creating the narrative, right? And I've even tried to do this inside of different streams, right? Is like create a narrative for your stream for it to follow, so people can kind of be invested in, you know, the storyline of the stream. I think that's very important, but at the same time, I don't really see those things being able to hold people's attention in the long term. I just don't. I mean,
and when it comes to content, right?
Yeah.
Like, you've played WoW since like June 2006, right?
July. Yeah.
July 2006.
Might have been late
So,
June. I don't even remember.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter, right? The point is like you started playing it like next patch, and pretty much since then, you had big periods of time between every patch, right? Whether that was Nax to Burning Crusade, whether that was pretty much any patch in Burning Crusade, Wrath of Lich King, you know, WoD was obviously a nightmare, right, with how long it was between patches.
Yeah.
Vanilla WoW is different because you have a constant stream of content being provided to you through the amount of updates there are to the game. This was like the big reason that I was against like only 4 phases of content release, because I think that's what makes the game interesting is whenever they're constantly making updates. So whenever they made it 6 is less than the 11 patches that they have, sure, but enough is going to change in those basically pairs of patches, the phases, in a frequent enough time that it's still going to be really, really interesting. Like, imagine you play the game and you have basically 2.5 to 3.5 months, and then Dire Maul drops after 2.5 to 3 months. Right. Again, after a couple months, then you have the next phase. Then you have the next phase. Then you have the next phase. Like, you have Dire Maul, you have Blackwood Lair hit, you have CG hit, the Emerald Dragons, the world bosses are in. After that, you have AK-40. Like,
well, I think that I think basically the conversation is more about the shelf life of each different type of individual content, right? So what I'm saying is, like, imagine that BWL comes out. What comes out with BWL? Like the honor system and you know, a few other things. How long do you think that will be compelling for an average player?
I was thinking that you might be interested in
I think that a lot of people consider BWL patch to be like the best patch. And like I said before, like, you're gonna have the high beast, right? Like you're gonna have the big spike and the high beast, and then it's gonna drop off, right? But I do think that people that enjoy watching Classic WoW are going to continue to enjoy Classic WoW. And you got to look at it from a different perspective. Okay, so for me, right?
That's the same with any game, though. I mean, like, people enjoy watching once for some reason.
Yeah, exactly. But I do think that there's going to be a big audience for it because it's going to allow you as a streamer to do a lot of stuff, to kind of have control of your stream. And dude, this is the WoW section. WoW section is glorified just chatting section. Like, newsflash, everybody, like that's what it is. Like, think about it. Like, we sit in the WoW section, we watch videos, we talk to our chat, and like the rest is backgrounds, right? That's what it is in WoW section. Yeah. Unless there's new content, right? So the content in Classic WoW things develop slowly enough to where it honestly gets drawn out a little bit, and you feel the impact of the development of your character throughout that time. So it's not like it's not like BFA, it's not like retail where it's like, okay, boom, 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 what's my item level at? Okay, good, we got the item level high enough. I got my 404 blue punch card. I'm all good, right? Like it's not like that, right? You develop it over a longer period of time, and it feels really, really good whenever your character gets strong.
Oh no, I think that it will. It's just the thing is that people are going to obviously follow, and this is like kind of two different things, right? Is you're kind of comparing, there's like two different conversations that are happening simultaneously, right? One conversation is that how long the people, the players, going to stay invested, and the other conversation is how long the viewers are going to stay invested. In my opinion, I think the viewership, it will decline rather sharply. I'm not going to say like, oh my god, it's just going to die in like one day or something like that. But I think that after people hit 60, after they do multi-core, the first multi-core clear is going to be a fucking fucking blowout event, and then by the 6th one, nobody's going to care. And I think people are really going to want to watch the first of everything, but then after the first of something, people aren't really going to give a shit about it to begin with, right? And you can even compare that to BFA. You know, the world first kill of Mythic Jaina, for example, got something like 80,000 views. The world second kill, I don't even know if they streamed it, right? It's like nobody really gave a shit. And so the interest in this type of content declines rapidly after somebody's already seen it once. Now, whenever you compare that with the fact that the content is finite, there's basically a finite amount of times that excitement can occur.
Right. But the same thing goes for retail.
But the difference is that Retail WoW is having content developed more regularly, and also Retail WoW, like for however many people want to complain about cross-realm zones and everything, Retail WoW has less barriers for players to interact with. Like if I wanted to go play with CD right now, I could go play with CD right now, and there's also a lot more opportunities for that to happen. Now the problem is that Retail WoW is just in a very bad spot. Like the game is just in a terrible spot right now. But I don't think that really takes away from the fact that it does have a lot of really positive streaming capabilities.
Yeah, like I said, I do think retail is a lot better streaming game than people give it credit for. But I also think that just like the things to do in vanilla WoW are more fun for more people. Like I think like the world PvP and stuff that happens in vanilla WoW, it's
yeah.
People get way more invested into what happens in vanilla WoW than they do classic. Remember the beginning of the game?
Mountain Dew, thank you for 5 subs. I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Like people were like hating each other. Like that's just stuff that happens, right?
You mean like for like the stream sniping stuff, or?
Oh well, it's not just stream sniping. Like it's natural. It's like a natural. Like these relationships, or like the way you feel about things, it'll naturally occur, right? It's like, you frick these guys again, right? Like okay, like we gotta deal with this guy. We gotta do this. We gotta do that.
Yeah.
Like going into Blackrock Mountain, like there's going to be people on Blackrock Mountain who are hanging out there all day gaming. That's what they're gonna do. There's gonna be no honor system at the beginning, and they're still gonna be there. Right? Yeah. Diamond patch is gonna hit. Diamond patch and PC is gonna hit at the same time. No battlegrounds. The entire world, it's gonna be like freaking like Predator. Like you're in the jungle, you're going through Fairless, and everywhere you go, somebody's gonna be trying to kill somebody. You get inside Dire Maul, you turn the corner, there's going to be a warrior and a mage, an orc warrior and an undead mage sitting in the corner of each side. They're gonna pop out, they're gonna polymorph your friend, the warrior's gonna charge you, and like it's what's gonna happen.
Yeah. I mean, like, sure, but it's just like
it's gonna feel so dangerous because it makes it so exciting.
I don't know, man. Like, I feel like those PvP interactions, for example. I mean, I don't know how exciting that's going to be for like the long term. And I think that we can both agree that it's going to be exciting for people in the short term. But it's the same as like War Mode, for example. Like War Mode was very exciting for people at the beginning, and then people lost interest because they've already seen this a dozen different ways.
Well, it's also there's so many ways to get out of it. Like you literally just click a button and okay, no more War Mode.
Well, you can always get out of it in Classic 2. You literally just play with the character, you watch a video, you get summoned out, you queue into a BG. I mean, there's 100 ways of getting out of Classic 2. I mean, like it's different, but it's also the same.
But you can't keep doing what you're doing. Right. So there's more like riding on the line.
Well, yeah, but I think that's not even good for viewership to begin with, because if you're getting your content derailed and you can't do something, people are just going to get frustrated and watch something else.
Maybe.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, like hypothetically.
What happened in the tournament yesterday? Like, you're like, okay, let's avoid this. And it's like, why don't you just kill them? And they did over and over and over again. It's like, okay.
You mean like the Alliance players?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's what we opted to do, and that worked really well for us.
That's what worked for us too.
Yeah, I mean because we had already talked about that before, and that was like why we were in that place. And like I can get that being exciting, right, for a while. But it's like even with that tournament, I think tournament's a very good example you can even use. Maybe the first couple of times that like people stream sniped the duels, it was like kind of funny for people to watch. But then after like 4 or 5 times, people were getting tired of it and they were annoyed and they just didn't want to watch that anymore. And that's why the interest declined. Like the same thing happened with our tournament. It's like the first like 3 or 4 times that it happened, it was like, okay, this is something new and cool, and they want to see it happen. And then after a while, they lose interest because they've already seen it.
You're talking about something else. I'm talking about like just like the how the game plays out naturally. You're talking more so about like getting stream sniping possibly, right?
Well, I'm talking about the effect of stream sniping on people's engagement with the stream, right? So like it's not getting stream sniped. It's how does the viewer react to the event, the content of being stream sniped.
Right, but then it's like if you kill them, and then you move on.
I mean, like, well, yeah, but I mean, like, that's not always possible, right? I mean, like, it's hard to do that whenever you're outnumbered like 5 to 1 or something like that. I think that's very, very hard.
Yeah, no, that's true. But I don't know, like, I think it gets boring for everybody. Like, as far as like the stream sniping, like, I'm not talking about like stream sniping as much. I'm talking about like the game itself. I think Classic will have enough freaking updates to the content that it's going to kind of keep feeding into itself, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I think the game is way more casual friendly than the current game is for the average player, right? Like outside of streaming, right?
Well, I think so too, because in Classic WoW, the casual player is guided much more than in retail WoW, because so much more of the experience is in the leveling, and the leveling experience is very linear for a casual player. And one thing that casual players struggle with is being able to meet and make their own goals. So because Blizzard has created a goal system in Classic WoW that's very, very large, then there's going to be a lot of people that can stick with it for a long period of time. You're right, it's better for casual players.
I think like the end goals are more apparent, and there's like less of a guide on how to get there, and that's why I think it's good for casual players, right? So because it's so open-ended. Yeah, it's like way more open-ended. It's like, okay, like I want to get my professional to 300, right? But it's like it's not like, okay, I can like I don't even know, like I don't care about professional retail anymore. So like
I don't think Blizzard cares about that.
Yeah, so it's kind of like it's kind of hard for me to speak to it as a comparison. But I remember it's like, okay, you can build this and you get 5 points. If you build this, you get 2 points. And it just seems it's like way easier to level professions because you don't have to think as much about like, okay, I need this many of this item. Okay, I have to go out and gather.
Well, there's a lot of things, right? It's like even inventory is an issue in Classic WoW, right? How are you going to carry all this stuff for your professions? Like, there's like 1,000 different annoyances that have to deal with this.
Right, but I do think those little things, they add up and they actually make for a good experience because then it feels really good when you accomplish the task.
Yeah, I mean, the point is that I want to make sure that people have like a realistic expectation going into this, and that's all I'm really trying to say is that like the game will be engaging for a while, and it will be engaging much longer than like the beta will be, but I do think that those points of where the apex, the plateau points will still occur. And I think they will occur very quickly.
That's without a doubt.
Yeah.
And that's with literally any game.
Any PvP based game.
Anything, yeah, exactly. Like it'll always come down, right? Yeah. Well, I would even say any game in general, right? Where you're going to see it drop off, and then something interesting happens. Oh, a new Fortnite season is out. Okay, all the Fortnite streamers, all their viewership, you know. Yeah. It's like any game. So yeah, that's like a natural thing. But that doesn't mean that the game got any worse, or that the game got. It doesn't mean the game like dropped in quality at all, but I think more than anything, that's just naturally what happens. Like whenever you have the hype beast come in, you have 100k views in Dead Mines, and then it kind of tapers off.
Hey guys.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Listen, this is real interesting shit. But here's the thing. We have a schedule to keep. We have things to do. Today's a big stream. Big things are supposed to happen today. Before tomorrow.
You get me and S Fund in one channel talking about Classic WoW. That's the whole stream. So
yeah, well,
yeah.
punk around another video. So this video is going to be way different from my usual content. I'm going to keep it quite serious on this one. It's going to be also a long video, so please stay to the end because there's going to be a bit of a dramatic turn in this video, as well as a deeper point, which I think exemplifies exactly why Classic WoW is so special in the lineage of gaming. So, in a lot of my videos, I put emphasis on the social aspect of vanilla servers, how servers feel like a home. Before Cross-Realm and queuing up for dungeons on the dungeon tab was a thing, servers had really...
What are you doing? Well, for now, there has to be a hospital we'll take you. Hi, I need to bring someone in. Where is your entrance?
Will you help me find my daughter?
Only because you begged.
You really like me. But first, I just need to say the other nominees are all such wonderfully gifted criminals. I want to thank my agents. My publicist for always shooting me from the left side. You might want to get a lawyer for this charade. Just give me the first sober public defender you find in the hall. Put the bail on a black Amex and call me alone. Actually, buddy, it's kind of hard to get bail without a hearing. And even if you make it before a judge, I draw a lot of water in town. And I got this feeling you might just get declared a flight risk.
Amelia held up her end of the deal with Jake Kane and vanished completely. Her paper trail dried up on May 27th. But it's been my experience that personal ties don't dry up so easily. And last I saw her, she was tied pretty tightly to a certain boyfriend. Hi, are you Mike?
I don't know where she is. Last place I saw her was in Ibiza.
You mean like there's Tara Reid passed on the beach Ibiza?
Yeah, I just finished finals and she came up and said, hey, I got a whole bunch of rooms.
tight-knit communities. It was also like it was kind of like a big high school, you know. You saw the same people every day. You made lasting friendships. There were cliques of toxic players trolling, casuals casualing, all kinds of different groups and people doing their thing, creating a social ecosystem for the server. I have a story I'd like to tell you guys. A long story about the history of World of Warcraft that very few people know, actually. Of which involves one of the greatest guilds in the history of the game. The story isn't known by the greater public, but rather only a core player base on the server Medivh from back in Classic. When I was 12 years old, my brother was playing WoW on the Medivh server with his friend from high school. At first, I thought it was pretty dumb to spend so much time on a video game, but as I started to watch him play more and more, I got more and more curious. Eventually, I convinced my dad to set me up so I could join in. My brother was a level 44 druid. I created a mage named Aviatus and entered the world. I was running around leveling up in Elwyn Forest, and out from the trees came my brother, wearing the wolf mask and brace of the Lycan from Zul'Farrak, the two-handed mace from Scarlet Monastery Cathedral Mulgrain's Might, the shoulders from RFD flesh-hide shoulder pads, or shoulders, riding a storm saber. I was in absolute awe. I was hooked ever since I saw that sight. It was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. Wearing the wolf mask and brace of the Lycan from Zul'Farrak, the two-handed mace from Scarlet Monastery Cathedral Mulgrain's Might, the shoulders from RFD flesh-hide shoulder pads, or shoulders, riding a storm saber. I was in absolute awe. I was hooked ever since I saw that sight. It was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. I wanted to be epic just like him. I started playing right around the time AQ40 was coming out. It was a glorious event, a race across all the North American servers as to who was going to get the AQ40 gates open first, and claim the Scarab Lord title, the Scarab Lord Mountain, for first shot access to the newly released raid to push for world first progress. At the time, the server I was playing on Medivh was one of the most dominant PvE servers in the world. We played a large amount of world firsts. Manaroth, which was another server, another competitive server, was always trailing so closely behind us. The rivalry between Manaroth and Medivh was intense, palpable. We absolutely hated each other. This was more than just a race to opening the gate first. It was a fiery rivalry between the two monolithic classic servers of the time. A battle for bragging rights and glory. So before we talk about the rush to open the gates, let's go back a little bit and give a little history on the world first accomplished by the Medivh server. It was a special place. The first major achievement by our server was actually by a Horde side guild, which was surprising considering Medivh was a major alliance server. The first Ragnaros kill ever recorded in the history of World of Warcraft was by a guild called Ascent, a Horde side guild on Medivh. After that feat, a guild called Fury, which was led by a legendary dwarf warrior who went by the name of Galahad, completely took the server by storm. Guilds in vanilla were incredibly hardcore. There were barely any add-ons at the time. People had crap computers, there was no data mining to figure out all the mechanics for a raid, and I mean overall the gaming community was way less experienced in general. This meant...
You bet your sweet Bippy I did!
Nothing melts an operator's heart like an overwrought Fred McMurray. You're a stud, Cliff.
Guilds would spend an incredible amount of time raiding and just smashing their faces into content, manually figuring out every little aspect of the raid in order to progress. It was super organic. Fury used to basically raid 7 days a week. And during World First races, it wasn't uncommon to log in during the early afternoon, slash who to see who was in Fury and what they were doing, see them in MC, who they made out like 40 maps, whatever was being progressed at the time. And then later on at night, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, slash who them again, and they would still be in the raid progressing. 7 days a week, almost all day raiding basically. It was insane in comparison to the 4-hour raid, 3-day-a-week schedules that's more common to see nowadays. So if we go through the world first lists back in vanilla, original vanilla, you'll see that the first Ragnaros kill ever recorded was by Ascent, which was a Horde guild from Medivh. Then if we go to Blackwing Lair, we'll see Broodlord, Lashlayer, Fury, Ebenrock, Fury, Flamegore, Fury, Chromagus, Fury. In Temple, we see Prophet, Fury, Vem and Yaj Kree, Fury, Sartura, Fury, Fankers, Fury, Princess Huron, Fury. And if we go down to Nax, they also picked up 2 over here. So they were a really special guild, and they got the most amount of world firsts on the list in all of vanilla. Fury got most of the world firsts in vanilla, period. Maybe they didn't get the final boss kills, but regardless of that fact, they have the largest amount of world firsts on the board, which is a fantastic achievement. On January 22nd, 2006, Medivh as a server achieved one of the greatest feats in World of Warcraft history. We as a server, Horde and Alliance combined, grouping together for a common cause, achieved the world first opening the Ahn'Qiraj Gates. Galahad, the leader of Fury, was knighted with the first ever title of Scarab Lord in the history of WoW. I remember this whole event like it was yesterday, but unfortunately, I wasn't able to witness the actual opening of the gates in Silithus. See, we opened the gates almost a week before the second opening, which was from Manaroth, our mortal enemies. Word got around, and this caused people from Manaroth and other realms to attempt to sabotage us. Hundreds, maybe 1,000 plus level 1 characters were storming our server in order to come and witness the gates in Silithus, or just to lag out the server as much as possible in order to hurt us from getting that monumental achievement. I remember having to give up. I couldn't log on during the opening of the gates for more than 1 second without unplayable lag. My computer just couldn't handle the stress of all the level 1s logging into our server. My brother had a slightly better computer, so I went to his room and we both logged on, walked a little bit with extreme lag, got disconnected over and over and over again. Logged back on, moved a little bit, got disconnected. We did this for hours. Unfortunately, we only got to the wetlands boat after hours of doing this and missed the actual gate opening. So if we go on the server wiki for Medivh US, you'll see here that it was one of the original, I think 11 servers, maybe I got that number wrong, something like that, it was like 9, 10, 11 servers that actually launched with the game release in 2004. And over here it goes over the overview based on what I was talking about, with Ascent claiming the world first Ragnaros kill, and then how Fury completely took over after that. Talking about the gates of Ahn'Qiraj, where Fury and Ascent work together in order to get it, and how Galahad was the first person to get the Scepters of Shifting Sands to unlock the gate and claim how that led to them getting a bunch of world firsts in inventory. And then here it's going to talk about the overpopulation of the server. It was a massive server, and talking about how the recurrent lag spikes and high latency, because we were still using the original release hardware on that server specifically, led to, you know, a bunch of pains when it came to getting world firsts. And then over here it talks about the feud with Manaroth, which is something I kept mentioning, and how we were constantly at each other's necks and going on each other's servers. See here, players from Medivh and Manaroth created all-front closing servers to increase lag and queue times. So that's the level 1s that I was talking about while we were trying to log in. And you know, players also trolled on forums, trading insults like Care Bear and Manaroth. I remember Manaroth so well. And yeah, eventually how Medivh emerged victorious through that. This event only made things worse between Medivh and Manaroth. They unleashed a storm of hate posts on our forum board following that day. They kept calling us Care Bears because we were a PvE server and it was easier for us to work with Horde in order to get that gate open. However, we got the last laugh because we picked up a bunch of world firsts in AQ40 due to that fact, opened the gates first, and I mean, that's really what's going to be remembered at the end of the day. Later on in the Shadow of Necropolis patch, or the Nax patch, Fury managed to eke out another 2 world firsts, one on Instructor Resilience and one on Gothic the Harvester. During this time, Death and Taxes on Nihilum really started to ramp up, and it seemed as though the era of Fury had been coming to an end. Unfortunately, this decline on the world first stage was foreshadowing to what was to come. Fury was led by Galahad and Leia, as I stated earlier. They were a dynamic duo that went everywhere together. They were always together in-game, and one day, something truly tragic happened. In late 2006, early 2007, Leia unfortunately passed away. It was a huge event on the server. Fury was the heart and soul of Medivh. Medivh without Fury wasn't Medivh. And after Leia had died, Galahad tried to keep things going for a while, but it just wasn't the same. The Fury era was officially over. Shortly after Fury died out, the server itself seemed to fizzle. Big guilds started to break up, started to transfer off. The level of competition on the server just started to die down, and people started to re-roll on bigger servers. And eventually, Medivh just became another random server, forever forgotten in the eyes of most people who don't know its history. But to those who were there in vanilla, will always remember the significance of Medivh and its impact on WoW. There was a massive forum post on the original Medivh forums, the old school WoW forums. I was unable to find that post since everything has been revamped and it's seemingly been lost in the ether. There was a huge post when Leia died. It was actually a tragic event for the whole server. Even if you weren't in Fury, everybody knew each other on Medivh, and to see someone who was so integral in the world first achievements of our server and in just bringing our server to prominence pass away in such a random manner was really harsh. I mean, I just remember that forum post and all kinds of, it had so many pages of people just grieving and wishing their condolences. It was really sad, and it was sad how it affected the server as a whole. What I did surprisingly find was a post on the modern WoW forums of Medivh from Leia's son, surprisingly enough, who at the time was 26 if you read his post here. I'll read the post. So if we quickly go over this, the forum post that he made was called "Looking for Info About Fury on Medivh and Leia." So it says, "Hey there, I'm not actually a WoW player at all, but I'm on a bit of an information hunt about the activities of a certain clan and a player from 04 to 07 era in the US Medivh realm. I'm considering posting there as well, but I'll give this a first shot." So my mother, who passed away in May 2007, played as I believe a Night Elf priest called Leia. When she was deeply into her gaming habits, I was a teenager, so I didn't concern myself with what she was doing at all. But now as an adult, I'm 26, and an avid gamer, I find myself incredibly curious about why she spent so much time in WoW, and especially with her guild Fury. I've pieced together all I could from random internet searches, old forum posts, but thanks to her computer, characters, and data all being long gone, I find myself at a dead end for further information. So that's why I'm here. If you have any info, anecdotes, memories at all, anything relating to this clan, my mother, and their activities or accomplishments, please let me know. My mother spent more time in games than she did with her real-life friends and family towards the end of her life, and years later I find myself truly fascinated by the idea that there's a wealth of knowledge about my mother as a gamer out there somewhere, but it only exists in the memories of her online friends and former guild members. Thank you in advance. So, I mean, this really touches the heart. This is her son that lost his mother way too early, and, you know, you think about the real-life impact of these things. So this young man had been seeking to get to know his mom from her gaming history. He mentions Galahad, he mentions Fury, wanting to know the story of Fury. And as a young boy growing up in Azeroth, growing up on the realm of Medivh, I idolized Fury, so I can connect with this. I mean, with such stars in my eyes, I idolized Fury. They used to always hang out as a little clique, right in this spot in Ironforge, just in a little circle here. Every single night they were there. I remember, you know, Musi, Vive, Galahad, Leia, Ryan Oski, to name a few. They were just an awesome crew. I remember being this annoying little 12, 13-year-old kid that would always come in and try to ask them questions about Nax and what was going on with the world first, etc., etc. You know, I remember Galahad and Leia always being so nice to me, treating me with respect and engaging in conversations with me. There was such a great social dynamic on Medivh that you don't see anymore in World of Warcraft. You know, I'll never forget that. They weren't your typical elitist jerks. They were awesome, and they inspired me to be great at whatever I wanted to do in life. And as corny as that sounds, and regardless of who they were, or, you know, what the significance of World of Warcraft achievement, the Guild Fury, it exemplified greatness. Despite all their numerous accomplishments, Fury never really got the same name recognition, notoriety as guilds like Nihilum, Vodka, Death and Taxes, you name it. You know, it's almost as if they've been forgotten because of how undeveloped the WoW community and internet was back in those days. There's not really much video reference of them at all. But regardless of that fact, they'll always be one of the most incredible guilds in the history of the game. And they have a really unique and tragic story which brought them to the end of their run as a guild, which is a story that really isn't told at all. It's a story that I find greatly exemplifies how tightly knit and organic server-wide communities were back in the day before fast re-rolling, you know, cross-server transfers, cross-realming, server connections, you know, ruined all of those aspects of the game. It's really crazy how one person passing away basically gutted the entire server going forward. You know, this is a story that pretty much only Medivh veterans know of. And if any of you guys played on Medivh back like 15 years ago, it's crazy, 15 years ago, I'd love to hear from you guys. I have so many fond memories growing up on that special server. I hope you guys enjoyed Storytime today. This is one, you know, it's a piece that I really enjoyed working on. It was really awesome. Like, subscribe to the channel if you guys want to see more videos, support my channel. Leave a comment if you want. I read every single one of them, and I'd love to hear from some of you guys that may have played on Medivh and know about the story. And lastly, this is dedicated to the memory of Leia. You know, may she rest in peace, and to the memory of all the old school Medivh players and Fury specifically. So, with that said, thanks for watching.
I want to know if your forensic guys found any evidence of an explosion. Look, when you called on Tuesday night to concede, sorry for this. Figure you were also conceding your involvement in this case. If I didn't turn over that voicemail Veronica found, that bus would still be on the bottom of the sea. Veronica, maybe you should worry a little less about the bus and a little more about your daughter. What's that supposed to mean? She didn't tell you.
Dungeons have always been a staple of the MMORPG genre. The idea of exploring ancient caverns, slaying mythical beasts, and looting weapons of legend is epic fantasy at its finest. And from a gameplay perspective, dungeons have always been a convenient mechanism to drive group-oriented content. But among the thousands of dungeons the genre has seen over the past 2 decades, one particular dungeon still remains a cut above the rest.
Hey guys, Homeground.
Okay, so now I know 2 things. Where Amelia was 2 days ago, and why I've never heard of Waverly, California.
What now? Beware the living. I haven't got all day.
Actually, there's no O in naughty.
It's naughty. It's a K like in pine. It's research.
Victory for Sylvanas.
Naughty schoolgirls. What will they think of next?
You want a room? It's $30 a night.
Actually, I'm looking for someone.
Well, if it's me, congratulations. Otherwise, unless you get lucky at the gas and sip, your options are pretty limited around here.
It's a friend. She probably passed through here in the last couple days. Have you seen her?
Yeah, she got a room a couple of days ago.
Can I see the room she stayed in?
Like I said, rooms $30 a night.
You've got millions of dollars and you've been partying all across Europe. What brings you here?
Beware.
Hey, Dad.
Where are you? Where are you right now?
I'm shopping in a funny little art gallery downtown.
Show me.
Dad, I don't know how I'm supposed to.
And when you come home, you can tell me about the dead guy on the beach.
I didn't want you to worry.
About what? What did you find?
Guy on the beach is David Moran, aka Curly. He knew Aaron Eccles from way back. He knew how to make a bus crash.
What do you mean?
He was a stuntman on a movie called The Long Haul.
Aaron's first big hit. You really think?
But if it's true, if Aaron is really trying to take out a witness, then that means all those kids died because of me. And trying to figure it out is the only thing keeping me from going insane crazy. Otherwise, I just obsess about it 24 hours a day.
Yeah, I know the feeling. It's called being a parent. You send me that picture, and we'll talk when you get home.
And you,
Blizzard have lost 8.5% of their players. Their BlizzCon ticketing app has extreme privacy issues that have just been brought to light.
Wow.
And we have yet another world-first race, and perhaps more importantly for the game itself, the new gear catch-up and gear design of 8.2, and finally our first impressions of the new Nazjatar Zone. So
8.5% of their
Sorry
players.
to interrupt the research. Is there anyone staying in the room past mine?
Here's what's really disturbing about that. All right, and I by the way, guys, I also want to let you know that the Pause Champ emote is going to be coming out very soon. I've recently found somebody who's going to be able to make one for me, and the Pause Champ emote will be coming out very, very soon. I've seen a picture of it. I will be uploading it to either BTTV or Franker Face, whatever the hell it is, and we will have Pause Champ as an emote because you guys know how I like to pause the video. The thing about this, right, is 8.5% of their player base across all of their games. I'm assuming this is what they're saying. If you're losing 8.5% of your player base across all your games, I would assume that WoW is probably losing the highest amount, right? I mean, Heroes of the Storm can't lose any players because nobody's playing the game to begin with. Diablo 3 is fucking dead because everybody's playing Path of Exile. Overwatch maybe lost some players too. Maybe they got tired of playing tanks the whole time. StarCraft 2, I mean, hey, that game's been dead for 5 years. And what else do they have? Hearthstone. I mean, Hearthstone probably gained players because of how many different fucking people have phones now. Mobile gaming apparently is like 50% or 51%. I saw like an infographic about this. 51% of the entire gaming industry. So if you guys don't have phones, I'm sorry to say, but you might be fucked pretty soon. Like, it's very sad. It's more? Yeah, it's insane. Like, the amount of people that play mobile games, bro, like, these developers, they're sitting there, and they're fucking around these, like, giant mafia-sized round tables and, you know, these square tables, all these dudes in suits, you know, with, like, $500 haircuts, parents talking about how many different ways they can get Susie the soccer mom to spend $16 extra on gems for Candy Crush. It's fucking disgusting. Alright? That's basically all these mobile games are. Is they put these artificial roadblocks in the game in order to incentivize you to spend money on the microtransactions. Which I get it, right? Okay, it's whatever. But gaming nowadays, I think, would be much better understood and referred to as what it really is, which is gambling. That's really what it is. Everybody is gambling. You play any game, it's 1,000 loot boxes. WoW is the same thing, except for instead of gambling with money, you're gambling with your time. Which, by the way, I actually have another box to open in a bit, because I forgot all about that. Dude, I'm gonna get it this time for fucking sure. So I've opened, like, I've got like 8 of these, right? And these are like the rallying war banners. I bet I'm gonna probably get it this time 100%, dude. Like, I've got 8 of them. I've been farming this out. We're ready to fucking pop off and open up that box, man. Get that dopamine hit. There it is.
Yes, there's a hell of a lot to get into.
I can't do that.
Hair, medium size, t-shirt.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the news. So, man, it is another stacked week of Blizzard news, plus a whole bunch of course, patch 8.2 stuff. That's, you know what, actually pretty darn solid. Before we do that, though, first, it's a new month, so this month's Patreon theme is Warlock. So, as always, you can check out the link below. It's the best way to support the channel, and you'll get a thing like this full of cool physical loot. So, it's a big win-win. With that said, let's get right into it. Okay, brief impressions of the Nazjatar Zone. I'll do a full in-depth video about this next week, but for now, here are my first thoughts. To summarize, it is pretty good, but yeah, sure, it could be better in a few different ways. Now, as for the physical zone itself, it looks pretty small, at least in so far as square footage goes.
Well, of course it's not. It's not even a third of the mon.
What do you mean? It's safe. It's 7 o'clock. You got daycare tomorrow.
Wait, what?
Now I'm reading the Russian Masters.
But it takes so long to update.
Was it smaller than Arcus? But
I'm sorry, did you just argue with your mother?
Areas of caves and buildings, which kind of obscures its actual size.
Like, actually?
Nazjatar is also surprisingly dense, as is the case.
Just to clarify, let me get this straight. Your mom said it's 10 o'clock and you need to go to bed, and your response is, but it takes so long to update? Snap it up. Do I have a full understanding of what I just heard?
Look at all, like, I really like this picture here. Let's look at this.
No electronics for a week.
There's like 10 mobs on this guy. This is the way the game should be played. Anywhere you go, there should be giant, like, huge densities of
Your mom tells you bedtime, the correct response does not start with the word but.
Like, that's, I don't know, I feel like the game's not dangerous enough.
A serious amount of mobs and terrain in the process, and it's kind of interesting. I suppose I do like this style. It makes getting to where you want to go maybe a bit more of an involved
What
process.
does the correct response start with?
A bit more of a pain than just, hitting auto run.
Is that what you started with?
That's not even true, because you're still going to be able to do that, because in 8.2 you're going to be able
And
to
is that what your response started with?
where you can't get days, and even if you don't have that, you can just use one of the other absorb items that are from TOS or not TOS.
Absolutely
TOS,
unacceptable.
And then all the other dungeons, like Diamond Refracting.
A week without electronics will suck, won't it?
You're taking damage, and you get an
Do you think that maybe you're going to argue about your bedtime again? Okay.
You guys didn't know that, did you? Big
Carry
surprise.
on.
Listen to this. Write this down. If you play a tank, you can't get dazed. You literally, like, daze does not affect tank specializations. If you get hit with an absorb, if you don't take any physical damage from the attack, it cannot daze you. That's why people would use Pridaz to run all the way around in Argus, is because the mobs would never daze you. Who doesn't know this? Bro, like, you have no idea.
What do you require?
You have no idea how stupid the player base is. Like, they're so fucking dumb, dude. And if you think that's not true, watch me go back and do Project 60 again. And maybe I'll do that to hype things up whenever Classic Beta is going to come out. Maybe we do that next week. You know, we'll go through, we'll get a bunch of level 60 characters and go through all the raids. That'd actually be really fun. And you're going to see how fucking dumb people are. Like, Vale has one mechanic, and half the raid will do a run.
A lot less time to get around. In fact, they even acknowledge this thing mechanically in the central part of the zone, which is kind of a connection point to sort of 3 distinct tile sets / locations of the zone, and the ground is an interior.
Sorry, I didn't mean to pause it. I just want to say one more thing. I don't want to level Project 60. Like, it's just fucking boring. I'm just gonna play level 60 character and do all the raids. Okay. The guy that just leveling all the way up. No, that takes too long. I just want to do the raids. The raids are what's fun to do.
eggs. Also, roaming the zone are a ton of crabs, elite and non-elite, which are passive.
That's good.
If you step in any of the eggs, you'll they'll burst. You'll get covered in, well, egg goo. Now this gives you a 10-minute debuff that turns the crabs hostile, and making getting through without getting snipped up a bit of a slalom. Now it's not the most engaging mechanic in the world, but it's just the kind of thing that makes the world feel a bit more alive.
Well, it's real.
I think that's pretty good.
Yeah.
The traversal.
Yeah, it's absolutely
quite
good.
well represented.
That's very good.
Design. And again, this is stuff that is extraneous to the actual game systems, but I mean, it's quite good. There's no end of stuff like just climbing the zones really dense. There's also buff shrines guarded by bears and elites, so small
that's
buff items.
bro. Like I used to fucking love that. Okay, pause camp. I used to fucking love that back in what was that thing? Timeless Isle. You used to be able to get all these little buffs, and you go and you click on these rocks, and it would give you. There was like one of like 5 that you could have. It would explode and do nothing. It would give you cheap, which would turn you into like literally the biggest big motherfucker in the entire game. It would increase like all your secondaries by 25%, and the other ones make you do more damage, take less damage, do more stats. It was really, really fucking good. I bet like right now, let me think if I can remember. So Zwin gave you 15% extra damage, Yuan gave you 20% extra stats, Chi-Ji gave you 25% each of your secondary stats, and Yuan and Zhao gave you 25% reduced damage taken. See? That was a long time ago, but I still fucking remember because I did it all the time.
Treasures you can reveal. Basically, there's a lot to keep your eyes out for. Now, once you get flying there, a few weeks after A2 launches, it's
wait, you can fly in
You'll be able to pick up items giving you plenty of power really quickly when you're mounted.
Oh yeah, they said you were able to. Okay,
now, sure, this does defeat the point of zone a little bit, but that's once you've got Pathfinder, and that's once you will have seen everything the Najatar has to offer from the ground. So yeah, you might as well have an easier time of it and just reap the rewards of all the power you can get. So flying will feel quite good there, I'd say. Now, in the quality of the world, I've got to give them some props. The Ankoan are a really cool race. They are basically a more metal version of the Jinyu, with some pretty good dialogue and voiceovers.
The Ankoan is basically, it's like a Naga and a human fuck. And there it is. That's actually what it is.
Basically, they're on par with most of the ancillary races we've seen in the game over time.
As
for how it looks, I think we expect an Najatar to be, lots of Zinashari and some deep sea. But we didn't really get that. Instead, we have a few nice colors of deep sea rocks, some coral, barnacles, plenty of seaweed.
This area is
Basically,
huge.
they accurately replicated what it looks like down there.
Wow.
And made some sacrifices for the sake of making it
that's incredible.
playable world. They also do reuse all of their Zina assets. The part of Najatar that's clearly supposed to be, the Zinashari ruins, that basically is just a Zuna with more seaweed. Now, the enemies across the zone, I'd say they're similarly designed to those in Mechagon. You kind of got to keep your eyes out, or your eyes open for them, be a bit more engaged, I suppose, with your brain when you're fighting them, and that's definitely a good thing. Now, they're not difficult if you try, but on 415 gear characters, I actually got into a few rough spots when I just found myself zoning out in the way that I, typically do when I play WoW. Now, the quests in the zone are fairly standard. They hint at the history of the zone and the characters, giving you a glimpse of, Chandris or Thalithra's past, depending on your faction, as well as learning about your new faction, allies that you meet down there. Now, eventually you meet Ashara and the raid bosses a few times. You build up your presence in Najatar and you assault Ashara's Eternal Palace.
That NPC looks really fucking badass.
They're all good WoW quests. I found myself decently engaged in a nice little flow.
Wait, good WoW quests?
They're nowhere near the best the game has to offer, but yeah, they're pretty damn solid. Now, the zone has, I'd say, simple and boring world quests with the usual rewards for the most part, but also they give you the zone's currency, mana pearls. These are kind of interesting. You get these for doing daily bounties and tasks, which involve killing mobs, rares, gathering the aforementioned buff item.
AKA the exact thing we had in Argus. Hey! I mean, if it's not broke... Well, if it is broke and you don't know how to fix it... just do it again.
Doing some of the world quests. Now, these pearls are spent with the zone's rewards, which are the usual, and include some Azurite essences, but more importantly are used for this patch's new gearing system. And honestly, I think it's safe to say that this might even go beyond catch-up, and I'll explain a little bit soon.
What do you mean?
So the new gear is called Benthic gear.
Stupid
Benthic
name.
gear is purchased for
fucking
mana
name,
pearls,
don't like
or
it.
is gained through doing the world quests.
Okay.
Now this gear is initially item level 385.
So those are this is the literally exact same thing that we got with the relinquished vendor or whatever the fuck it was in the Broken Shore, and then also later on in Argus. So this is the exact same fucking thing. And boys, like, is anybody ready to fucking fill up on those fat loot 385? Woo! No? Yeah, me either.
And has predetermined secondary stats and some interesting effects.
Okay.
You can upgrade this gear with purling kits that you purchase with mana pearls, and that is in increments of 5 up until the cap. Now their cap, interestingly, is at item level 430. That's the same eye level as Eternal Path's heroic gear. Now that sounds quite insane, and
they're doing it. They're doing the idea. This is literally the idea that everybody's been asking for. I've been asking for. They're actually doing it. Oh my god. No, I'm not even like this is what we wanted. This is what everybody wanted in order for them to replace Titan Forging. This is exactly fucking it. Literally, yeah, this isn't the exact same. I was wrong, and I'm so happy to be fucking wrong.
I can't do that yet.
Oh my god, it's too easy. Yeah, you can Titan Forge your own fucking gear. Stop me. What's up, Nick? Making the game a tad bit better. Hey, bro, like at this point, we'll take what we can get.
I suppose it is. Now, before I talk about that, there are effects that come in this gear, and it's generally stuff that comes in either a combat or an act.
You are 5% larger while in Nest Charm. See that right there? Blizzard finally understands what the player base wants. Oh, I want my character to be real big. So, you know, I walk in somewhere, they see me. I can't fit through the door, that's too bad. I don't even want to go in there anyway. Oh, yeah, I'll walk in wherever the fuck I want. Everybody gonna see
watch
me.
over you.
No, I'm serious. Like that, Blizzard finally gets it.
Exploration flavor. It's actually, some of it's quite strong, and it's all pretty darn relevant to Nazjatar or the Eternal Palace. So, you know, you've got things like increased, you know, speed being one as an example, but another one being like taking a few % less frost damage, which actually could be pretty relevant in the raid. So, yeah, I suppose it's pretty interesting.
Does anybody know, can these roll sockets? Because, like, that's such a huge component. Wait, yo, they're at, wait, yeah, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, they're actually, no, well, hopefully they won't be able to, because I think that'd be a little bit OP. Just add in a little bit to, this is, 2% is going to be huge for Mythic. Well, that's also, like, assuming that each piece has this specific item, that means that if you had multiple pieces, you'd be able to have, like, 5 or 6 of these, which means that you'd have 10 or 12% reduced damage taken. This is insane. So they're actually adding, like, we're coming full circle here, boys. We're getting upgradable gear, and we're also getting fucking resistances back. Oh my god. Wow. They're making Azeroth great again. This is, I'm actually happy right now. Like, this is good.
I can't carry
Yeah, BFA
anymore.
Classic. I mean, BFA's got a long way to go before I'm going to say BFA saved. But I do want to say one thing, is that think about how much more of an outcry there was for Classic servers in BFA, or in BFA and also in WoD, than there was in Legion. A lot of people in Legion were like, you know, Classic's okay, but we like Legion. Now, everybody's in BFA and they're like, fuck, dude, I can't wait for Classic to come out. If the game is better, right, then there's the less people to play Classic. Like, I really think it's gonna be like a vice versa thing, right? Like, the worse the live game gets, the more people Classic is going to have playing it. Because you know there's people that are just fucking addicted to WoW, right? They're never going to quit WoW. So they're just going to want to play the best version of WoW. And, you know, I don't know if you guys can think of anybody like that, but, you know, I can think of one. So, yeah, I mean, hey, it's the way it goes. BFA Early Access is over. Well, this is more than BFA Early Access is over. This demonstrates a philosophy change, right? these different things, you can obviously stack them up. And this is Blizzard not being afraid to add a few things into the game that might be a little bit OP and really strong if you stack them up. But who gives a fuck, because it makes the game fun. I'd rather things be OP than nothing be fun. Too early to say? Oh, I agree with you. It is too early to say. But this obviously points in a positive direction. And I've always been one to, if Blizzard does something right, I want to be the first person to say thank you. Because that's the main thing. Like, I don't want to have this be like a weird fucking thing where I'm complaining about the game constantly. Like, I want the game to get better. And these two changes are in that direction. So I'm happy.
Reduced shadow damage as well, and there's even increased damage against aberrations, which is a class applied to some mobs and even one of the bosses in the Eternal Palace itself. One of the backs even has a chance to loot random fish from creatures in the zone, so it's just getting a bit more...
That's real content. Imagine you've got gear now that allows you to loot a fish. See, Blizzard's finally, they stopped looking like this, and they've started looking like this. Now, we need to be here. But, hey, that's good.
Creative in a few ways there. And like I said about Mechagon, this is experimentation from the WoW team, and it's definitely appreciated.
Fuck yeah.
Perhaps the strength of these things matching heroic raid gear will anger many, and I can understand that, since it is just grinding mana pearls instead, but...
See that, like, yeah, obviously there should be some sort of a threshold. So if you're raiding and like that, there's like these should not be the main way of getting gear, right? I mean, I think that skill-based challenges should be the most lucrative way of getting gear always. That being said, classic WoW, like anybody talking about, oh wow, well I remember back in the day whenever you had to work for your gear. Back in Burning Crusade, you know what you would do to get your gear? Is you would make a new arena team every single fucking week, you'd lose 10 games, and then you get your arena points, and then you delete your team, and you'd make a new one for the next week, you'd lose 10 more games, and by the end of the season, you'd be able to buy an entire full set of Merciless Gladiator gear and do PvP, and it would be just fine. And you know what you did for that? You lost every fucking game. It didn't matter. In vanilla WoW, you know what you would do to get gear? My mom had a lot of pieces of gear that were better than mine in vanilla WoW. You know why? Because she farmed out gold and she bought them on the auction house, or she made them herself. That's the way the game should work. That is the way an RPG should work. People want to have this be like some sort of like a fucking divine challenge of skill. Oh my god, I'm so good at the fucking game. I can do this different weird thing. There's a time and a place for that, and I think that should always kind of supersede the welfare gear kind of like this that's just based off of time investment. But time investment should matter. Time investment should be a very important component to the game. That is what made the game so casual friendly, is how much time you could invest in it, because people weren't actually good at the game, but they could play it a lot.
But it's an alternative gearing method that could offset bad luck and, you know, bad loot drops and that kind of thing.
Yes.
And there are some, you know, interesting pieces that are maybe optimal for Mythic Raiders, like 2% reduced frost and shadow damage in a raid that's sure to use those damage types. I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at for cutting-edge players, so it'll be interesting to see how that bit
I'm really curious about this.
Thought by people.
It's actually
now, it's
really
targeted
cool.
gear, there's no random elements involved. Really, that's what a lot of people have been asking for. I might talk about this more in depth in the future once we get more into it, but I think that design-wise, it's a good step, it's a good experiment, even if it ultimately doesn't work. I think this is new, and it's absolutely along the lines of what I think quite a few players have been asking for in a few regards. So, that's what's going on there. Next, some meta topics. Activision Blizzard had their Q1 2019 earnings call, and suffice to say, it was pretty darn revealing, especially when placed in context. So last quarter, they laid off 800 people, well, 800 plus, with us knowing that Blizz were hit pretty hard. Many staff lost their jobs, and the company also hired in its development teams to bolster up those, teams, all with the goal of being able to output more content. Well, that plus, you know, mobile and free-to-play, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. Now, the reason why they wanted to bolster their content production is pretty darn clear from this earnings call. Monthly active users. This is a bit of a problem spot for Blizzard, with it being revealed that they lost 3 million players in Q1 2019, with their MAUs going down from 35 million to 32 million, which is an 8.5% decrease in the company's players, which really is a lot.
Wow.
Now, further to that, they also brought in low but expected revenue, likely showing less engagement from the MAUs that they actually do have. And you might be wondering how this all stacks up to previous years. Well, a massive thank you to Night Stalker, who compiled all...
Yo, this guy fucking talks shit to me all the time on Twitter. Like, this guy calls me out fucking constantly. Like, I know who this guy is. Like, where is, like, I know this guy for a fucking, like, let me see if I can find him. Alright? Just a second. I'm gonna open it up. Let me... Yeah, dude, this guy fucking, all the goddamn time, man. Like, I don't even know how many times. This guy's actually, he's really good, okay? He's a good player. Where's the other tweets at me? Trying to call me out. Thoughts on the RBG oh, well, no, that's actually good. Oh, wait, what? Can you even lift one of those back? See, I told you guys he's talking shit, dude. This guy, I recognize his fucking name just by that picture. Talking shit. Control F? Yeah, it's a good idea. Okay, Asmon. All right, yeah, 4 out of 6 matches. It's about right. Okay, next one. You will get carried, though. See? See this fucking shit? This guy's talking shit all the time, man. Let's see. Warfront pro tip. Just report Asmongold whenever you see him in a Warfront. Where's the next one here? Have you done any mount giveaways and old content lately? I wish I could. Accepting the rate. See? It's like... See, like, I'm telling you guys, like, I knew exactly who this fucking person was immediately. Alright, where the hell is this? Just letting you guys know. Deserved? Okay.
Trust no one. Of this and sent me a tweet, which was really great. So their MAUs over time from Q1 2016 onwards look like this. So 2016 started off with 26 million, then went up to 33, then to 42, then down to 41, so a strong year. 2017 was also decent, going from 41 to 46 before falling to 42 and then down to 40. As for 2018, well, they slipped to 38. They stayed at 37 million for 2 quarters and then went down to 35 million before the slump down to 32 million for Q1 2019. And that means that right now it's Blizzard's lowest since Q1 of 2016.
What happened in 2016 that brought them from 26 to 33? I mean, that's a massive jump. And this one, like 33 to 42. Was it Legion? Wait, Overwatch, wait, how did Overwatch, what happened in 2016 that got them involved with Overwatch to get that many more people involved? Like, how I don't understand. It came out? Overwatch came out? Wait, what? No, Overwatch came out in like 2000, like, I thought it came out... What? I thought Overwatch came out like years ago. In 2014 or something. Am I wrong? What? No, like, this is honestly throwing me for a fucking loop. Like, I don't even know what to say here. This is honestly, like, really weird. Let me change the camera. I don't know why it died there. Okay, that should be fine. See, I have so many fuck-ups, I've always got a backup plan, because I fuck up so much. Yeah, I just had to turn that off while I looked at that picture. But anyway... I can't even believe it that it came out that long ago. Like, it's just so weird to me.
Which is pretty darn low, and yeah, they've lost like 5 million
I feel like I'm in a time warp
last
or
6
something.
months, and that's certainly not a good statistic for any company.
No,
really, you've got to wonder, though, just how much of this is down to content, what's actually going on here. Because if you look at Hearthstone, it's not really had super exciting news for a while. Blizzard themselves have said that Overwatch was down because of basically sparse content. They did say that WoW had a big update on the way, and they kind of hyped up the most recent Hearthstone expansion, saying it's performed better than the previous two.
Let me go back and see what they said about WoW real quick.
Saying it's performed better.
Shit.
They did say that WoW...
World of Warcraft Classic was part of the franchise subscription. In addition, a large content update to World of Warcraft called Rise of Ashara is already on test servers and will include new zones, dungeons, and more. I mean, okay.
Had a big update on the way, and they kind of hyped up the most recent
Apex
Hearthstone
killed
expansion,
Overwatch also?
saying it's performed better than the previous two, and of course the new Overwatch content that's really only just made it into the game
did
and is
it?
on PTR. So I mean, they've done a lot of that, but really the core thing is there just has not been a lot of Blizzard content. Now, what I think will be a bit less exciting for the core Blizzard audience is, well, you all have your phones, don't you? Because overall, Activision Blizzard talked a lot about mobile during their earnings call and the desire to move into mobile and free-to-play, especially with China. Now, look, from a pure business perspective, it's...
So he's about to say some kind of fucking bullshit that's going to rationalize mobile games, okay? All right, listen, Blizzard. Stop pretending your audience is anything but a bunch of fat fucking dudes sitting in their mom's basement eating Cheetos.
What do you require?
That's what it is. That's it. That's all it is.
Goodbye.
Stop making the game for progressive soccer moms. 8-year-old children. They're playing Fortnite. They're busy. The only thing they know about Overwatch is the porn. They're not interested in the game. Just stop. Just be good at what you're good at. You don't have to be good at everything. You bought King. Have them make the bullshit mobile games.
Kind of hard to blame them. Fortnite was able to get 50 million players through console and PC, but what really brought it beyond like the 200 million player mark, that was mobile. And that's what the big man Bobby Kotick himself said. He said one of their big goals was to bring their existing console and PC franchises to mobile. Now,
they can do that, and that's fine, okay? I want to make sure one thing is clear. If they made a phone app for pet battles for WoW, I'd be happy. I'd think it was fucking great. I would be thrilled if they made a phone app for pet battles. They should make a phone app for the garrison missions, or not garrison missions, the, what expansion is this time? Class Order Hall, war campaign missions. Sorry, guys, they've got so much content in the game, I just kind of forgot. They need to do that. They had that? Yeah, they had that, then they got rid of it, didn't they? But what I'm saying is, like, it's more the pet battle thing, right? They need to have something that's actually interactive. If they do a pet battle, if they do a pet battle phone app, I will be thrilled. Okay. If they do a pet battle phone app, clip it. If they do a pet battle phone app, if they do the thing that I was talking about, I will buy every pet in the Blizzard store. Every pet. Okay. There you go. And on top of it, how much are they? Actually, you know what? How much is this? Like, what am I committing to? $10? I'll do a $200 giveaway, and I'll buy 20 of the pets, and I'll give them away to people, randomly. Yeah, so I'll do like a little giveaway and give people the pets. Why not, dude? Why not?
For Blizz, well, we've already got Diablo Immortal. Corey Stockton is reportedly working on a World of Warcraft battle pet mixed with Pokemon Go game, but apparently...
I told you guys they're listening now. Yeah, they're listening now. They're fucking... Like, here's the thing. Is like, these companies, they think they fucking know everything, and then their games are dying, and now they're suddenly changing their minds and listening to the players because maybe they weren't so fucking smart after all with all their information and knowledge and all this other fucking bullshit that they got from school, right? You think about the people from WoW. Who made WoW? Jeff Kaplan. How did he get into WoW? Complaining about EverQuest. How did... I mean, Ghostcrawler was a marine biologist. Ian is an attorney. Like, but the data, yeah. See, they're finally starting to realize that you can't design games around data. You have to design them around people and how people feel.
differently with more mechanics in Pokemon Go, which, I mean, hey, that could be interesting. There's also, I think, a project being headed up by Tom Chilton as well. Now, mobile-related posts have been coming and going really off their job site for years now, so suffice to say we're going to see more of that pretty soon. Maybe StarCraft Clash Royale. I mean, that'll make me really sad when I see it. Who knows what's going on for Overwatch and what the mobile plans are there, but we'll probably see something. Then past that, Activision Blizzard talked about how they've invested in their platforms such that they are now in a far better position to explore free-to-play opportunities as a company. So who knows what that's actually going to...
They need to do. Like, they need to figure out a way to make, like, they should make WoW free-to-play up to level 60. Like, I genuinely think that's what they should do. They should make a way to play WoW that's free-to-play that's better than what they have now. Because, no, I'm serious, like, free-to-play, that is the future. Because it is such, I'm gonna tell you why. Like, it is such a massive, like, obstacle for people to actually spend money to play a game. Right? I mean, like, look at how successful Apex was. Apex was successful on a viral level because anybody could just log in and play the game. Fortnite is successful on a viral level for the same reason. Games that have that type of mass appeal have at least a free-to-play component. I don't want WoW to be free-to-play, but I think there should be components of WoW that are free-to-play that, in the same way that these other games, like right, Apex convinces players to, or tries to like lead players into buying loot boxes, and the same thing with Fortnite. I think that WoW should try to convince players and lead them into paying for a subscription. Right, that should be the goal. The level 20 trial account doesn't do that. It just doesn't. You can play to level 20, it's not good enough. Yeah, it should be free to play until 110 or something. Like, I don't know, like 60 is the minimum in my opinion. Do we really need those players? Fuck yes, you do.
Hello?
The game is dying.
Trust no one.
Yes. Yes, they need it. The game is fucking dying. Like, they're killing the game. They're killing the game with their decisions. And I'm not even trying to be exaggerating right now. They're killing the game. More now than ever. Because at least before they could fall back on goodwill. Now they can't do that anymore. Yes, we need the players. Yes, they should do more things to get people into WoW.
I mean, for Blizzard, we have not really seen Blizzard do, I mean, obviously Hearthstone is a desktop big free-to-play game, but we haven't really seen much in the way of free-to-play from Blizz. But again, I wouldn't be super surprised if we do see some of that, because that is kind of a part of the direction the industry is going in. Now, that said, they did say that they still value the $60 premium release. They said that they know that their customers like getting their games that way, and that's good to hear.
You mean you like getting your money that way? Because that way you just hype up a game, and it can be shitty, but after people have bought it, fuck you.
Here, but considering the insane microtransactions of the otherwise quite fantastic Black Ops 4, it's hard to really trust them, because that's a $60 game that is stuffed full of free-to-play-like microtransactions.
Okay.
I mean, hey, just like World of Warcraft, but you know, WoW also has a sub fee. So, yeah.
What do you mean? It also has an expansion, too.
Yeah, the mobile and the free-to-play side, I mean, I don't really like that too much. But that said, bolstering their development team headcount to put out more content, well, I think that is probably a good thing. Activision Publishing, pretty much with, you know, Q2 of Blops Force Life and Sekiro, actually managed to earn just under what Blizzard pulled in, and that's with Blizzard having far more active games. So it's pretty darn clear that Activision Blizzard will think that Blizzard Entertainment is leaving a lot of money on the table.
Holy
and,
shit.
Well, their slow rate of content
Sekiro did really well.
Here. I mean, just look at Overwatch. So yeah, more games, more content, parts of that sound good as long as it is Blizzard quality, and really that's the bit that I'm worried about, but that's not something that we'll really be able to assess until their next major release, which probably will be Diablo 3. So, you know, by the time we're all
He means to say Diablo Immortal.
So, that's the situation with Blizzard's player count. Let's move on to the strange BlizzCon situation. Okay, so BlizzCon ticketing is now going to be done through a mobile app, and their goal clearly is just to run the con in a smoother fashion to reduce queue times and make it all run smoothly, but there's a problem. Blizzard are not deploying their own app, they're using a ticketing system called AXS. So far, it seems fine, but the problem is the app has absurd permissions. Now, this is probably less of an issue in iOS because of some of the platform security, but in Android, it pretty much gets everything. A r/wow poster found a fantastic article that breaks down essentially what the app does, but the basics
I don't know how true
it just
this
grabs
is.
personal data, a lot of it, including things like precise location, and they give that to third parties. I mean, here's their terms. We may also share your personal information and other information with trusted third parties, such as our partners, sponsors, or their affiliates and subsidiaries, and other related entities for marketing.
See how they're like, oh, we may share it with our partners, or our partners' partners, or their subsidiaries, or, you know what, hey, anybody that gives us $50, let's go. That's really what it is, isn't it?
Advertising or other commercial purposes, and we may occasionally allow third parties to access certain sites for marketing purposes. Now, remember, the job of this app is basically just to display a QR code. That's pretty much it. So it's clear that all this data
That's why it needs to know your credit card information.
Harvesting and telemetry, like, it's a key part of their business. And I think
contacts.
this is something that just most people won't be aware of when using this app. It's something you kind of have to use from BlizzCon, and I mean, I don't really think it's that great. I mean, hey, at least this time Blizzard won't have to ask you if you have a mobile phone on stage. Personally, though, I just think that, you know, privacy and data, that's extremely important. And a part of why I bring this up is because it's not even a case of if you trust the company, say Blizzard. It's about trusting the companies.
Yeah, it's like, you know what, maybe this is their big solution, right? They're like, don't you guys have phones? Well, man, you know, we can't let them say that because maybe they don't have phones. So next year we'll make sure they have to have phones. So every single person in the audience will be a potential customer. Smart.
That company is working with their partners. So in this case, I don't think that Blizzard really chose a good partner here. People should not be the product when they are spending at minimum $200.
Sorry, I keep pausing. Here's a way to tell about these games, right? And these products. If you're not paying for a product, you are the product. Simple. Facebook, Twitter, everything.
$130 on a ticket. For it to not be like that, I mean, I just think it's a bit wrong. And then finally, the world first race to Unat. You know what? Rather amazingly, it took ages for the guilds to get the fight down, longer than people expected, with the fight seemingly being pretty darn fantastic, maybe being one of the better ones Blizzard's created in quite some time. And unlike Star Augur, it's not something that was able, that could be trivialized by using, say, a nameplate add-on, because of course Blizzard killed that functionality. Now, in a slight upset, European Guild Pieces managed to get the world first, with the incumbent's Method getting the world second. Now, while it was not as large a race as the Star Allure, it certainly was fun to watch, especially with the quality of the Unat fight and just how long guilds were in that super tense sub 10% region. I mean, there was like Method, I think, were on 2% for a good amount of time, so pretty darn crazy.
I saw the 2% wipe, dude. They were so mad.
For the Blizzard news. In case you haven't noticed, I've got, well, you know, it's a bit of a rough morning, let's just say so. I've soldiered through this video. We've got a lot more scripts on the way, as we alluded to. We've got a lot more about just Nazjatar and a lot of lore coming soon, so it should be pretty fun as we move through next week and the week after. But yeah, thanks for sticking with the channel. Thanks for watching
I
this
never
video.
actually watched the kill video
and with that, I'll see you next
of the
time.
boss actually dying. Like, I have no idea. Like, does like N'Zoth play any part in the boss fight, or is it just some kind of fucking bullshit? Like, let me see if I can find it. Not Mythic World First. What is this here? Pieces versus Unat. Okay. Oh, why my Method put on heroic? Oh well. Like the video? Oh shit, I forgot to like the video. Yeah, you're right. Okay, let me like the video. I'll put it in my chat too, just so everybody can see it. Yesterday you said you don't care? Look, man, everybody cares about the world first, okay? Wait, so, oh yeah, that guy reacted to my fucking... Oh, dude, I don't even know if I want to look at that right now. He reacted to me watching Nixium's video.
Just before we get started with today's video, I do want to thank Brilliant for sponsoring it. To support Today I Found Out and learn more about Brilliant, go to brilliant.org/brainfood and sign up for free. So in the video today, we're answering a viewer question because Labyrinth 900 asks us, were wanted dead or alive bounties a real thing? In other words, if you found someone that is wanted dead, could you legally shoot and kill them and collect a bounty and not be charged for murder? Well, let's get into it, shall we? A classic Hollywood trope is the idea of a poster with a photo of a given criminal along with very large print text that would say something like, wanted, dead or alive. But did these actually ever exist, and could you actually kill someone legally when such a poster was issued by the authorities? Well, the answer to the first question is yes. There are many known instances of such dead or alive posters being put up by the state and other entities, but that doesn't actually tell the whole story here. Just because a poster stated something like dead or alive, it did not grant any individual the right to kill the person without legal consequences. For example, consider the infamous murder of Jesse James at the hands of his outlaw buddies Charlie and Robert Ford. Missouri Governor Thomas Crittenden negotiated with various rail companies to offer a $5,000, which is about $131,000 in today's money, reward each for the capture of Jesse James or his brother Frank. The subsequent posters noted, wanted dead or alive, Jesse or Frank James. Ultimately, the Ford brothers arranged with the governor in secret to bring their buddy Jesse in. Deal struck on the morning of April 3rd, 1882. The brothers had breakfast with James. After eating, the trio walked into the living room. When James turned his back on the brothers, reportedly to clean a dusty photo, Robert Ford shot him in the back of the head. Unfortunately for Charlie and Robert, when they went to collect the reward, they instead found themselves promptly arrested for murder and soon after were sentenced to hang. You see, James was unarmed at the time of his death and, just as importantly, was not in any way resisting arrest or attempting to flee. He seemingly didn't even know the Ford
Hello.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Storytime. My name is Jake, and welcome to the 100th episode of r/Militia. You think about me. I don't work for any airline. Never have. I'm an educator. So let me give you a lesson. Not all disabilities are visible. Not all people look as sick as they are. Learn this. It might come in handy. She said, "Well, I never. You clearly work for them. They kept talking to you. You're lazy and privileged." I said, "Me and everyone else. Grow up, lady. And yes, I'm fat, but look at my legs and feet. Hell, look at my hands. See how they don't move easily? Yeah, it's painful, so go back to your life and leave mine alone." I said this loud and firm enough to attract a little attention, but not so much that I looked insane. A kind family got up and sat next to me, leaving space for my friend. As the other had put something on a different chair, I could see they were attempting to help. The woman just stared at Karen until she left. I smiled and said thank you. She gave me a thumbs up. My friends came back from McDonald's shortly after, and about a half hour later, we got onto the flight. That was also delayed for about an hour. I didn't get home in time for my chemo and had to move things around, and am now on a ton of other meds to deal with it. But it is nothing, but I haven't read about Karen's. Not sure if this 100% counts, but I was a bridesmaid in my friend's wedding this past weekend, and had a very strong...
What's up, man? Yep. Oh, yeah. I jumped in there. Oh yeah, they messed with the loading screen, yeah. Yeah, I haven't played a shooter in a while.
10 seconds
Rogue,
to go.
rogue.
5 seconds.
Rogue. Rogue. Hey, Dad. Well, I knew you were ignoring me on purpose, so I just gave up. You should totally play CSGO. I mean, we got my dad to play it, and he's starting to like it. He's actually starting to get good at it. Oh, okay. Okay, then.
And wow, huh?
Dad, you see why you can't really use a controller in this game, though?
Yeah.
Does it make sense?
Well, you could.
You could, but you wouldn't do as good.
The interface is just shitty.
Yeah. You have to be able to do a 360 or a 180 in like 2 seconds.
No myth or rumor. And with every sort of bounty collector kicking up road dust behind us, it might be the only chance we've got.
Yeah, that's the thing. You might be able to do good with your aiming, but in order to turn around and kill someone before they kill you, you have to use a mouse. And
it's a keyboard game for sure. Well, it's just the interface. They could fix it. You could change your sensitivity and stuff, but it just doesn't support it very well at all.
Did you try controlling doing with controller?
Yep.
Indeed. And the spray patterns don't work with controller that well either.
Time for a good scrap. It's not time yet, mate. I'll sort this. I am not
Well,
ready.
hope you like bloodbaths.
I'll bash you dim. Oi! Not yet! It is not time yet. You get it? One step at a time. It is not time yet. You get it? A little blood.
It's just like a normal fight,
First thing in the
except
morning.
there's
I killed him.
monsters on each side that grow into big monsters and kill everyone and destroy everything. Got it?
That way.
I killed him too.
I'll
Don't worry, I
sort this
avenged you.
out. You want some of this, son? You want it?
I'm always 3 steps ahead.
Bit of work to do. Not yet. By all means.
I killed him too, don't worry.
His face is needed.
Because I'm bait.
Yeah, you are bait.
Yes. More of that cake throat, sunshine. Yes.
You were very good bait, though. It worked 3 times.
Step at a time. His faces need mashing.
You bought armor? Smart. Oh, pick that up. You wanna... That's a better gun. The suppressor makes it more accurate. Why do we already have a bot? Okay, they're going cat.
Get ready to grab the treasure.
You don't say.
You are never going to succeed.
By all means. Time for
When
a
this is
good
over, would you
scrap.
say we go to the pub and pick a fight?
Who's gonna find out what's in the box?
Yeah, you gotta
One step at a time.
run. Right there.
Bit of work. Ah!
Oh, you almost headshot him.
I'll sort this out. Yes.
None of us got a kill.
Here we go.
Are we gonna get a player or not?
No, he's gonna be a bot. Oh,
There we go.
He came back. He came back.
That way. For your troubles. I'll sort
He
this.
headshot me, dude, through the door, and I have 1 HP.
Here we go. Put your lights out.
You're the biggest beastie, Stetson.
Indeed, you bet.
Guy has about an AK-47 already.
One step at a time. Oh, you fancy it now,
Well,
do
yeah,
ya?
of course they did.
Don't underestimate this
One
guy.
step at a time.
There's 3 of them over there.
His faces need mashing.
Just run at him with your knife, you'll win.
Your middle tower is under siege.
Not enough ammo.
Feeling about this
Told you to run at him with your knife.
Scrap.
They would have gotten scared and ran away.
There's more where that came from. That way. I'll sort this. I'll
Okay, let's see
sort
if I
this
can't
out.
dink one right here. Oh, don't. Up. Come back.
Yes,
He'll one-shot you. Be careful.
you don't say.
Oh, like, shit. They're up here.
Dirty bastard.
Dude. What? He was 3 feet in front of me.
Bit of work to do.
Good choice. Hardly a Mordecai without that.
By all means. Tough luck.
We have a bot again.
Work to do. No, I'm not ready. That way.
They're mid.
I'll take that as here we go. I am not.
Worst time to lag.
Wow. I hit him 5 times and
Oi! Not yet. Indeed.
our team is not very good.
No, they're not.
And they're pretty good.
No, they're really not. It's just our team sucks really bad right now. Like, really bad. Really, really bad. I'm gonna move to a different chat. I'm gonna move to, I don't know.
I'm joining with you. You understand
Got
that,
a
right?
good feeling about this spot chicks.
You don't say. Not yet. By all means. I am not ready. It's so tough for me.
Radiant structures have been fortified. Your middle tower is being attacked.
Let's get back to it.
Look, Jix, the Mordecai
Middle
starting to
tower is
scurry
under
around.
attack.
These faces need mashing.
Your middle tower has
I didn't
fallen.
mean that anyway.
What counts is that you
Yes.
tried. So maybe do that next time.
It's not time yet, mate.
They
Indeed.
won't be expecting this.
By all means.
Okay, if he's gonna rush with the stupid. Okay.
Not yet. Yes. It's,
Buy me
it's
something.
not time yet. You get it bright and breezy. I'll sort this
Totally
out.
like buy me something for blue.
You should have bet down, son. You know,
Thanks, babe.
is that my blood?
The enemy Mordecai's down.
I just gotta get my game on.
It's over. Now over here.
How, dude?
This fountain looks familiar.
Oh my god, dude, you're so bad.
Yes.
Even if you know where some loot is, you don't just march.
Our
in
team
for
is
peace in the joint.
so bad. Alright, I bought an op. I should be able to do something.
No, I'm not ready. One step at a time.
You might want to save.
I am not ready. Time for a good scrap.
Well, good Mordecai made short work of that.
Oh, me back. Oi! Not yet. That way. I'll sort this.
Ooh, they're not going to be expecting this.
These faces need mashing. Oi! One step at a time. Oi! One step at a time.
I have my. Guess what my jump key is? That scroll wheel. I have it on scroll wheel.
Indeed.
That's how I can B-hop.
Have some of that.
That's why I jump like crazy.
One step at a time. Yes. It's not time yet, mate. That way. Now this, it's time for a good scrap. Bit of
They
work
won't
to
be
do.
expecting this.
I'll sort this out. By all means.
Let's go, A.
I'll sort this.
I was right, Jax. When I say there's treasure, it's as good as a marker paint.
You don't say. These faces need mashing. Yes.
We all got ops, and look what happened.
Indeed.
We won the last 2 rounds.
Tusk, tusk, tusk.
Take it. Oh.
The enemy's top tower has been
Oh my god, no way.
Enemy's Mordecai's on the march.
You actually got somebody.
Yeah.
Down for me, teeth. Time for a good scrap.
Oh, he's cat.
Oh. Yeah, he's coming right there.
What? How'd he hit me? How'd he do 100 damage in 3 shots with an AUG?
Bit of work to do.
An AUG is supposed to kill you in 4 shots.
You don't say.
Dude, please.
No, mana.
Jesus. Yeah, you see,
Feeling about this spot, Jax.
he might have some kind of aim thing or whatever, because that's, wait, oh, I'm gonna look at his account. Oh, we might have a bust. We might have a bust.
Radiant has fortified its structure.
Okay, so their top fragger might be hacking. I look at his profile, it's private, and if you look at his account, he only has 1 badge, so.
Your bottom tower is being attacked.
So he might be hacking.
Don't underestimate this, okay?
Your bottom tower is under siege.
That way. I'll sort this out.
Your Mordecai makes short work of that.
You want to go in there because bomb's in there.
Has been destroyed.
Hey, bomb's down in there.
Your top tower is under attack. Yes, yes. Oh, that was a great match.
They're coming with an op, so you want to hold
Your
the winner.
top tower is under siege.
Press G.
One step at a time.
If you press G and run over the top of it, it'll automatically pick it up.
One step at a time.
Look away. Hell, your Mordecai makes short work of that.
Probably gonna come to the right of you.
Your top tower is under
Enemy
attack.
Mordecai is dead.
Your top tower has been destroyed.
Proper thrashing. Bit of work to do.
Dire has fortified its structures.
I am not.
Oh my god.
Sort this.
You want to stay in there, bombs in there.
That way. Yeah, I'm getting me blood up now.
I've got a good feeling about this
Perfect.
spot, Jax.
Okay, you got it. You got it. You just want to run away now. Don't die in the last 2
It's
seconds.
not time yet. You get it.
Your middle tower is under siege.
It's not time yet. You
Radiant
get
has
it.
fortified its structures.
It's a manifestation of essence.
Think of it as a new beginning.
This little one's not so little anymore.
The Basher is here again. Here we go.
This little one's not so little anymore.
It's not time yet, mate. good scrap. His faces need
What?
mashing. Indeed. Oi, one step at a time.
A guy, I think my own teammate threw smoke right on top of me and killed me.
Yes.
Pretty sure that's what happened.
By all means. Ooh. Fancy beating you here. Zip. I'll sort this out.
I've got a good feeling about this spot, Jix.
Time for it. I'm under attack. I'm not ready. I am not ready. You don't say. Ah!
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. You were almost helpful that time.
I'll sort this out. Oi, one step at a time.
I'll take that as tribute.
Yes. Not yet. It's not time yet. You get it? One step at a time.
Your Mordecai is on the march.
I'll sort this.
I don't even know where he is.
Here we go. Indeed. Bit of work to do. Here we go. Not yet.
Your top tower is being attacked.
That way. Off that can't be good.
I've got a good feeling about this spot, Jix. The enemy's Mordecai is on the move.
Let me know if there's one above me.
By all means. Double damage! His faces need
The enemy's
mashing.
bottom tower has been destroyed.
Here we go! That way! Not yet.
This little one's not so little anymore.
Ready!
Oi! Your Mordecai's down.
Oi! One step at a time!
Yeah, there's two of them. They're absolutely hacking.
Not yet!
Uncle Drew like pre-fired me, headshot me with a Glock.
I am not ready! Bit of work to do. It's very used and so support the devil.
Okay, bud. Gleal's not that accurate. They are, dude. There's two of them that are.
Time for a good scrap.
Demon and Drew.
I'll sort
Your
this
middle
out.
tower is
And
under
it's good on you,
attack.
that does, mate.
But you probably already knew that.
They've got the drop on me! Yes!
Your middle tower is being attacked.
I am not ready! You don't say! Oi! Not yet! I am not ready! Looking for me? Oi! Not yet! It's not time yet! You get it? Show this! Falling in! Lead it back! Pay attention when I kill you!
Unstoppable. Your bottom tower is under attack. Not that I care one way or the other.
Dude. All of them mid. Going B. All of them mid.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Double kill. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. No. Save. Ooh.
Yes!
It's last round, yeah.
Ready. Now, there's some go for ya. Oh, where are my manners? Time
Nice.
for a good... Oh, excuse me.
No way. Knife him.
This'll... Oh.
Press G. Spam G. I have 195 kills on this revolver.
Boy, calm down. I just took a quick trip to the box.
Get wrecked.
It's not time yet, man.
The enemy's Mordecai does not look sleepy.
I don't understand why I register no damage to him, even though my bullets are going.
I am not
I'm going to be sick.
Yes. For your troubles. I am not ready. Oi! Not yet. You don't say.
Your middle tower is under siege.
I'll sort this out.
Your middle tower is being attacked. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
It's not time yet. It's feisty.
Be careful.
It's not time yet. You get it? Bit of work to do.
Your top tower is under siege.
Look, Jax.
Okay, bud. He's in there, yeah, he's in that room.
Interesting strategy.
Press, hold E. Hold E. Above you. You hit him. You hit him in the foot.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'll sort this. Not yet.
Your top tower has been destroyed.
Okay, Demon has a 113 ADR. Definitely hacking.
I am not ready.
The enemy Mordecai is there.
113 ADR.
If you were saving your real strategy for a crisis.
How many shots they hit?
Top barracks has been destroyed.
Indeed.
Yeah, under more stats. Just click more stats in the player.
Yet. Oi! Not yet. Oi! One step at a time. Here we go.
Serial killer.
They won't be expecting this.
this out.
I just got shot from behind from.
One step at a time.
Dude. GG.
Oi! That way. By all means.
Your Mordecai's dead. What a waste.
No, I'm not ready.
This is genocide.
The lamb grows cold. You had your warning.
I've got a good feeling about this spot, Jix. Precious essence.
This fountain looks familiar. Yes.
Is there someone over there?
They
Oh.
won't be expecting this.
Wow.
You're dead.
Last one with an op. What do you, dude? He's walling. Just go to B. Take take left.
It is not time.
Now you're gonna
yet.
take
You
a right.
all in a
He has an
day's
op, so you want to hold. Yeah, right there. That corner. Go back there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, hide behind the blue crate. Yeah, right there. That's perfect. Oh God.
Maybe that was a bad place, but well.
The blue crate is what we were talking about. That way you can look at the ground and he can't see your head.
They won't be expecting this.
Boy, calm down. I just took a quick trip to the bog.
Get ready to grab the treasure.
You could fully flash him and he's still gonna hit you with the knob. Watch, he's gonna be holding long again. I'm gonna flash him and he's gonna just... I'm gonna flash him for you.
Time for a good scrap.
Look, Jix. Their Mordecai's starting to scurry around.
That way. Here we go. I am not ready. Have some of that. Yes. Boy, not this ain't how I
You will safely target.
Another one, there's another one. You want to crouch, crouch, crouch. No, no way.
Oh no. Your
You
Mordecai's
won.
down.
You clutched the round.
What's
What?
up? That's one of the beast things. It's one of the green beast trees.
The enemy's Mordecai's waking up.
Radiant structures have been fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't remember.
Your middle tower is being attacked.
It's not time yet, mate.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Ready. Yes,
Your middle barracks has been destroyed.
Not exactly sure how that guy died from me, but whatever.
I not ready.
Sleep, what's that?
Oi! Not yet! It is not time yet. You get it?
I don't know what secrets, why.
One step at a time.
It's safe to assume that Red Bull is playing for this one.
Mm.
I'd never drink energy drinks, and I've drank 3 of those today so far.
I'll sort this out.
Actually, I don't even think I've finished the 3rd one.
No, go A, or B. No one crossed. No one crossed. Not
Dude,
one
you
just
crossed.
crossed. One.
See, 3, don't listen to Bert. There was like 10 that crossed. I watched.
I am not ready. Not enough mana, you idiots.
Roshan has been killed by the Dire.
One step at a time.
Enemy Mordecai is dead.
All you can handle.
Woo!
Indeed.
Hero.
Woo!
Not yet. It is not time yet. You get it? You know,
Your middle tower is under attack. Bad news for you fans of towers.
I got Worm God.
Not so little anymore.
Indeed.
I've got a good feeling about this spot, chicks.
I'll sort this. No, I'm not ready. It is not time yet. You get it? Boy, look, listen, I'm out of... Here we go. Not enough mana is so up for me.
Your place is here.
Nice.
This little one's not so little anymore.
Dude,
How
what
did
the
he know I was coming?
Exactly. He's hacking. He's been saying he's hacking this entire time.
Your bottom tower is being attacked.
You not see beyond the
You can report some people.
Your middle barracks is under attack. Your bottom tower has been destroyed.
That way.
Your middle barracks is being attacked. Your middle barracks has fallen, in case you weren't paying attention.
One cross. I think I tagged him with
Your
thought.
bottom barracks is under attack. It'll probably be fine. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Murder spree.
The lesson was run.
Nice.
Get ready to grab the treasure.
Your middle tower is under
Need more attacks on the march.
murder spree. Dominating. Double kill.
What's wrong?
It's really bad sometimes in that work, I think, man. It's really bad.
Mega kill. Triple homicide.
The basher is here again.
No one crossed. Perfect.
Not yet.
Hurry up.
Oi! Not yet. Oi! Not yet. Oh, excuse me.
They just now crossed, dude.
He's not
He's
time
dead.
yet. You get it? Time for a good scratch. Bit of work to do. I am not ready. I'll sort this out.
What?
Okay, bud.
What's wrong?
They're hacking. More than one of them are.
It's not time yet. You get it? Oi! Not yet. Oi! Not yet. It's not time yet. You get it? I am not ready. I am not.
Yeah, dude, you kind of screwed me from.
Your middle tower is being
Don't go B.
It's not time yet.
3 cross.
The match was a pleasure starting with you, Dix.
Not yet. Stupendous. I'll sort this out. I am not ready. It is not time yet. You get it?
I won't stop until the job is done.
Oi! Not yet. It is not time yet. You get it? I am not ready. I am not ready.
Your Mordecai's dead. Maybe if you had a gun or something.
How dare you lay hands on me?
One step at a time.
Go B. Go B, go B, go B, go B.
It's not time yet. You get it? Boy, not yet. Boy, not yet.
Oh, dude!
I am not.
I didn't even peek yet. He's definitely hacking.
It is not time yet. You get it?
I got killed by a bot.
No, you didn't. Someone took control of the bot.
I am not ready. By all means. Boy, not yet.
I want to drop.
Not ready. Boy, not yet.
Join us.
It's not time yet. You get it? I am not ready. Yes.
Get ready to grab the treasure.
Boy, one step at a time.
Winston.
Yes. These faces need mashing. I'll sort this out. One step at a time. Yes. It's not time yet.
Don't underestimate this, okay?
It is not time yet. You get it? Let the fun begin. Boy, not yet. Boy, one step at a time.
Spamming him with invites.
By all means.
Is he in a game?
No.
Here we go.
No, he's not.
I am not ready. Boy, not yet. It is not time yet. You get it? You don't say. Boy, not yet. Bit of work to do.
This little one's not so little anymore.
I'm under attack.
The enemy's Mordecai's waking up.
Your middle tower is under siege. Radiant has fortified its structures.
I've got a good feeling about this spot, Jix.
It's not time yet. You get it? I am not ready. His faces need mashing. I am not ready. It is not time yet.
Oh, he's here. Cancel it.
Not yet. Yes. Oi,
Oh yeah, you have to re-invite me after you cancel the search.
here we go.
Xander.
You don't say.
I don't think he's there. Just don't accept the match with the Q pops. You don't get penalized on here.
Time for a good
This
screw.
little one's not so little anymore.
Tribute. I'll sort this out. Oi, one step at a time. By all means.
I think your Mordecai's moving.
Yes.
I am unable to join this session. What? Unable to join this session. You gotta stop searching.
It's not time yet. You get it? I am not ready. One step at a time. Ooh. Yes.
There is an update now that doesn't allow people to join in the middle of your searching. Even if they are friends, then you invite them.
Ready. Oi. Not yet. His faces need
Ready to shoot some dudes? 10 volt.
Yeah, dude, I've been ready. I was
10
born
volt.
naked. I was born naked, alright?
I was born with a gun between my legs.
Exactly.
It's not time yet. You get it?
Don't underestimate us, okay?
Oi. Not yet.
I called up my hand cannon.
Your Mordecai's dead.
I am not ready.
Wait to see what's in it first, Jax. You need to bloody yourself for a bit of nuisance.
Yes. Again. Bit of work to do.
I've never played on Vertigo
I'll sort this.
Did the Q pop?
or Overpass. No, not yet.
Indeed.
I'm just looking at the maps.
Oh. Vertigo sucks. Overpass sucks. Mirage sucks. I've never played Ruby or Workout.
By all means.
Honestly, I got mixed feelings about Cash. Cash are okay. I miss Zoo.
There was a zoo?
Yeah, there was a zoo. And there was another one, Austria. I missed that one.
Your middle tower has fallen. If I was a your middle tower is fallen. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
It's not time yet. You get it?
Your angel
More that cake.
dire
You
victory.
make a right pincushion.
Austria was a really good shotgun map.
How do you use a trade-up contract?
You gotta trade up 10 of the same skins, or not same skins, but same quality of skins. Like say, 10 restricted skins, or mil-spec skins, or consumer-grade skins.
Oh, so you got to get 10 drops and then you can trade
welcome
up.
to the first ever
Yeah.
Cletus Channel 2 video, and this video is going to be completely uncut, as will future fan mail videos
Honestly,
be,
dude,
because they take so long to edit.
What you could do is buy a bunch of like
Cooper's
field
armed
tested and
here
minwear
with,
restricted guns for like 50
James
cents a
has one
pop,
too, and we have
and trade
an
those up
entire
for like
pile of
classified
fan mail.
weapons.
So we're about to get wild, let her rip, and Tater
What
Chip,
color
I
is
guess.
classified?
Holly, what do you think of all this in your room?
Night, man.
She's not
Was
happy
that
with this. So we have to open all of this, and we know there's